Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 14 of Summon Sign, Last Stand Media's weekly in-depth gaming discussion podcast. I am your host as always, Brad Ellison. Joining me this week is Chris Reagan. What's up, dude?
Hey man, I'm noticing on camera now that like I really gotta trim this bullshit on the bottom of my chin. It's getting too long for my taste.
Bullshit.
But I'm doing good, man. It's I got up so early today. And it like not in like a bad way. I just like naturally woke up. It was like 6 a.m. and I felt like awake and like energized. And I was like, oh, weird. This doesn't normally happen. So I got an early start to my day. I feel good. Got to eat beforehand. Got to play a little bit of video games before this. So it's good. It's a good day.
What happened to your little bed?
My what?
Your little bed you had next to you.
My little bed. I had somebody at the
his
live
little
show.
bed laying beside his desk.
I had somebody at the live show come up to me and they were like, "You should get a bigger bed." And I was like, "What?" It was like, your bed's too small. And I was like, are people under the assumption that this is my bedroom?
No. Just your spare bed.
No, but that interaction made it seem like that was the assumption, because that bed that futon was small, but like the assumption that I sleep on that at all, really, like that's like a nap maybe if I'm like working.
You should have went with it.
I should have. Yeah,
this is my whole apartment. I have one room.
I live in a studio. It costs me $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
No, it's I just put it away. It was just kind of annoying because I would hit it with the chair sometimes, and it would just kind of, So I bring it out when I need it, but like,
fuck it.
Fuck it.
And also joining us, of course, Dustin Furman. What's up, man?
Hello, Brad. I was going to ask you today. I wanted to check in and make sure you're okay, and wanted to honestly ask you to not file an HR complaint to Last Stand Corporate, because I did successfully bully you last night into submission when I was like, "Brad, we're playing Fallout 76." And you're like, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?" I'm like, "Dude, we're doing it. Jimmy is in. Brandon is in." And you're like, "You're lucky it's only $8 fucking."
Yeah.
And you were, I think I called you an idiot at one point.
Mm-hmm.
You were successfully bullied not only into playing a game that is not really that great, but also spending $8.
Right.
So,
but
it's not a game we're going to talk about today. I really have nothing nothing really to say about the 2 hours we played last night, but it was all right.
Yeah. Here's the thing. We haven't played anything in a while as a crew.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, all right, fine. I was not happy. I did not enjoy my time with it again, as always. I hopefully that'll be the last time we have to play it, but don't worry, Dustin. You got one this time, but I'll get one in the future. You're going to have to submit.
Final Fantasy 14, $8.
That's too big. That's too big for you. That's too big for you.
Too big. Dude, Jimmy was kind of telling me, he's like, "Yeah, this is kind of basic MMO shit here." And I was like, yeah, it's kind of the problem with the beginning.
He's never played like an actual MMO, I feel like. He's only played like bullshit like Fallout. And like,
dude, I think I don't know. Jimmy's. Is this an expose of Jimmy Champagne or not? Because he's proud of it. Jimmy's like over level 100 in Fallout 76, and he's decked out. He's got like the NCR. Wait, is it NCR gear? Whoever that guy from on the cover of New Vegas,
New Republic, California, or something.
He's got a little like goon layer set up with all this like Mothman shit, like a whole base. He's decked out in 76. He's all in, and we had a fun time.
We did one world event quest, so we just killed some like guys, and Jimmy's "This is the best quest and the best experience I've had like the entire game." And it was the most basic fucking thing I've ever seen.
Defend the
Chris,
points.
It was like just a fucking world event in Destiny, Some guys fucking land and you shoot him, and that was it. And he was like, "This is the best thing I've done in this game."
I'm not gonna lie, man. After I finished the Fallout show, I was thinking about it. I was like, man, maybe there is something there. Because when I played it the first time when it launched, it was terrible. But I still remember feeling like, man, I do like this map though.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a really good. Like I wish a real Fallout game took place on this map. I remember what I thought, and then I decided to be like, I'm gonna play New Vegas.
Well,
and I just started that yesterday, so we're not going to talk about it today. I also never finished New Vegas. I started it like it's one of those games that I started like 7 different times, and for some reason always got interrupted by like some life stuff or like something came out that I had to cover for Sacred or it was I don't know why I never finished it. So I'm streaming it now. My first real playthrough of New Vegas, and I think I made the right decision going to that instead of. 76.
Well, I said I didn't have much to say, but I will say this about Fallout 76 is that it actually, in reflecting this morning, I thought my experience with it kind of reminded me of Starfield in that Fallout 76, before it came out, in your mind, you're like, whoa, a Fallout game that's multiplayer. That sounds amazing. And then on paper, when you're actually playing it and like, oh, someone's fucking with his gear. Oh, and now with the updates, someone's talking to an NPC, someone's over here on the like all these different elements make it not really compatible. And it's kind of it's my opinion.
Chaotic.
It's like Starfield where it's like, man, a Bethesda game in space, that sounds amazing. And then it's like, oh, well, you have to fast travel between every planet and it doesn't really work like you would think it would in your mind. It's like better better in your mind than on paper. So
yeah, I don't know if I'd want to play a Fallout game without VATS, to be honest. And I know VATS is in there technically.
It's weird though. It's just auto aim but there's no slowdown, no nothing.
Slow-mo.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think you can aim at parts either.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion that no matter what they do to it, I just don't. I can't imagine that being the way that I would want to interact with Fallout, which is a shame because like I don't really post on Twitter anymore, really, because it's just porn bots spamming the everything. It's fucking so annoying.
Pussy in bio.
Yeah, it's oh my god, it's so annoying. But I tweeted earlier today because there's obviously a bunch of people jumping into the Fallout games now because of the show and the positive reception of that, and people are like, man, I actually like Fallout 4. And like all this stuff is like, yeah, I know, because it's, you know, that vibe is cool.
Yeah.
Like it's really different. Like I tweeted, like you could put young Sheldon in that universe and it would be probably something that I would watch because it's just like 1950s retro future and like old timey jingles and like retro violence and that type of sci-fi. It's just, it's a good vibe to the point where it's like, you have to try to fuck it up. And I think injecting multiplayer in there is kind of a way to, not go so well.
It's definitely better than when it first came out. Like you said, Chris, it was fucking bad. And I played on PS4, which was like a nightmare.
Oh, dude. Yeah. If it was worse somehow, that would be wild. Yeah, like that would be the surprising thing. If it was, man, it's, have you played Fallout 76? It's so much worse than launch day.
Yeah.
Now I'm also thinking about this hypothetical Last Stand HR department. Like who's in charge of the HR? At last, who would be
you,
me? So you have to file a complaint about being forced to play 76 to me, and I'm like, okay, cool,
denied,
get fucked, idiot.
Yeah, I guess he would be our HR department. I don't know who else would be. No one's qualified.
We need a third party involved because isn't that how it's supposed? I've never had a real job, so I don't really know how HR departments work.
Well, like big companies have HR within them a lot, right. Like. A lot of that Blizzard shit was just like Blizzard HR just being like, nope, that's not a problem actually. So,
it's
just the way it is. But yeah, stand down everyone who's going to be typing Fallout 76 is amazing now. It's okay.
Yeah.
I believe you, but I'm just not going to do it. No, thank you. I can only play so many online games. And it's not the one I'm going to do it with. All right?
Yeah.
So, relax. All right, we got some warm-up questions. This is from Roman. How do you say this name? Howjevic? I have no idea how you say that last name.
Tough one.
Howjevic? I don't know.
I'm not even gonna try. That's a rough one. I'm usually really good with last names, but that's a stumper for sure.
Yeah, that's intense.
Yeah.
All right. I need you to put on your clown shoes and funny bones for this question. I'm looking for a pun. I had the privilege of visiting. Chris, go ahead and please do it.
Puerto Rico.
During March break. Shout out to my Canadian boys. I bought a tiny souvenir drum with bootleg Nintendo Luigi on it. Can you help me pun my souvenir? My lame examples are, again, in your best Trump voice.
I'm not.
Puerto Luigi.
Right.
Super Luca. And Luigi Rico. 3. And the quest for more drum. Thanks.
Oh, man. What the hell? I'm kind of annoyed that people are, because I haven't been to Puerto Rico in a long time, like probably since I was like 7 or 8. So I don't really remember the island, but it's a little frustrating that somebody who is presumably not Puerto Rican has been to the island before me and is doing this with their time there.
Buying bootleg Luigi drums.
Luigi's like, man, I really gotta go make this pilgrimage ASAP. But I don't know, man. That's where the fuck are you finding these places? Like, are these on the beaches? Are these in like the villas? Is it in like behind one of the Spanish McDonald's that I remember going to when I was a kid?
McDonald's. Whoa, that sounds crazy.
I mean, it's just McDonald's.
Oh, it's exactly. Do they not have different stuff on their menu?
I mean, I was like 7, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't really remember. I'm pretty sure I was just asking for chicken nuggets. But I do remember being in line in a McDonald's in Puerto Rico at like a very young age, and there was a guy ordering in front of me and my parents with a fucking chameleon or like an iguana on his shoulder, and I was so fixated. I was fixated on that for years because like it made me want a chameleon. Like I really wanted a chameleon after that
to sit on your shoulder.
Yeah, like a familiar.
Yeah, that's
sitting
true.
on my shoulder.
That's pretty cool.
Well, the thought that I had was like, man, I hate bugs, and it would be cool to have like an auto turret for bugs on my shoulder. And then I found out that they live like 3 years max.
What?
And
3 years?
Yeah, chameleons. They don't live like they actually like they usually die after like a year and some odd months, but like some of them can last like 3 years and stuff.
What?
And I remember that broke my heart.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't want a chameleon for just 3 years. I want that to be at least the shortest lifespan of a general dog. You know what I mean?
Which is like 10 years or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Just go with Puerto Luigi. I don't know, man.
I'm not a pun guy. In fact, puns enrage me most of the time, which sucks because Holly loves them and does them all the time. So basically what I'm saying is I live in hell. And you've brought this hell to my work now. So
yeah. Sorry, Roman. We're not giving you much, but that's just the way it is. You got some cool chameleon facts, though, I guess.
Yeah, I trade you in a deep, deep desire to not dance monkey dance with this Trump voice for too much. I have offered you instead chameleon facts, and I hope that you will accept that as a worthy trade.
I think that's more entertaining. I learned
something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is an educational show.
A depressing
for
fact.
the kids.
Yeah, depressing fact.
It's about right for us.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as like people finding out their like hamsters didn't actually die when they buried them.
Oh my god, dude, that's fucked up, man. That's fucking crazy. How many hamsters didn't die in science class or some shit like that?
Buried alive. Yeah.
Did you guys have like chinchillas in your school? I remember we had like chinchillas in our class, and you could like take them home for a day or two.
A chinchilla?
Yeah.
No, never anything like that. I'm trying to think. I remember
this is mine.
You just opened up a memory that I completely forgot. Yeah, we had something like that. I don't remember if it was. I think we had like a guinea pig in one of our classes.
It's always something like that.
Why?
I don't know. Probably because it like teaches kids about like responsibility, but if it just dies, they're like, no big deal.
Yeah. What if it dies when it's at your house? Traumatized. Exactly. You have to come to class Monday and explain to everybody. It's like, yeah,
I think
Gary the hamster fucking died.
I think the teachers are aware of that. They're like, you're giving a fucking 10-year-old or like a guinea pig or some shit. It's just like,
yeah,
it's gonna happen every now and then. Mm-hmm. Like George is gonna die. The teacher just lies about it though, Dusty. You know, it ran away. Something.
ran
They
away.
have a bucket of replacement ones that they just like.
Yeah,
sneak
exactly.
in. And for administration, they're like, no, it's still here. This is Gary still. It's like, meanwhile, it's like
Different
like
color.
it's like the 8th one.
The 8th Gary, dude. All right, this is from Matt Vigo. Hey, sexy summon slits. Jesus.
Oh,
God.
I recently bought a large Trinitron CRTV for some retro gaming. My question is, what the hell do I put this on top of? This TV feels like it's 200 pounds and would easily have its way with a nightstand or side table. I'm curious what you all think I should buy to put under this big boy. Right now, it's just sitting lonely on the floor. Thanks. Love the show.
Oh, I love this. I love this because I have the same exact problem.
You have
I have a
TV like that?
I have a CRT. I don't know how big it's like. Man, it's like it's a small screen, but the TV is big because it's a fucking CRT. So it's just like it's in the corner of my living room right now. I think it looks okay, but I've been trying to find something like some piece of furniture to fit. It's also like I'm limiting myself too because it's kind of like a corner piece. So I need a sturdy, strong corner piece of furniture to put this thing on that like will absolutely crush anything else that it's under. Like it's nothing is built. You're not gonna put that on IKEA furniture.
Yeah,
No.
IKEA's off the table. No pun intended. But IKEA, you're asking for an incident, a major one.
Dustin, you're an expert. What should he use?
So actually, I just said that. Well, ironically, my CRT, which this is, I mean, it's big and it's heavy, but it's not. I'm sure it's nowhere as heavy as Chris's. I've seen yours in photos before, Chris, and that thing looks
it's
massive.
A beast.
Mine is on an IKEA stand, but again, it's nowhere near as big. I know exactly what Matt's talking about here. Your best bet, because furniture isn't really designed to hold CRTs anymore since we've moved on. So you got to be hitting up Goodwills, yard sales, stuff. Find something secondhand. I mean, it sucks because it might be kind of shitty. You might need to like sand it down, resurface it and stuff like that. So, but yeah, secondhand's probably your best bet unless you know someone that can build something for you. And then that might be expensive too. So it is tough though with these CRTs there. I originally had this on an IKEA desk, and I noticed it was like I had my computer and stuff on there. It was just bowing. It's like,
yeah,
I'm gonna avoid the incident here and move it. And so luckily it's been fine over here. But
smart move.
Yeah,
they're so damn heavy, man. It is unbelievable. I totally forgot just the sheer fucking density of those things and how like. Because you'd think, and I think about this a lot when it comes to like LAN culture, where it's like, it's amazing to me that consoles are about as big as they've always been, maybe a little bigger, maybe a little smaller, depending on like which one you have.
Mm-hmm.
But TVs are so much smaller and so much lighter theoretically than they used to be. Yet we used to move our TVs around way more when they were way heavier. You know what I mean? That's strange. That's really strange to me. That's a thing that we used to do because these are impossible to move by yourself. Like you need friends. Yeah, you need somebody. Even if you are strong, they're just like the weight is never even.
They're just awkward to pick up.
Yeah, they're awkward to pick up. Holy fuck.
Chris, is yours on the floor then?
Yeah, I have.
Dude, that's that's a fucking statement, and I like that, dude. I like it, man. Just keep it on the floor. That is the most retro shit you can get, dude. Just some stupid ass kids with your TV on the floor. I know you're a grown man, Chris, but still, it's very awesome.
My living room is it's funny because it's sitting on the floor next to a TV stand with like a big like 4K OLED.
Yeah,
so it's really strange looking, but I don't know. I want to get something. I thought about building something. Actually.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
But like I don't have the space. I would have to like find like I have friends with like garages that they don't really use that I could probably like borrow to build something because I feel like I would have to build it if I was to get anything for it because it's such a specific kind of corner. It's got to be cut in a certain way. It's got to be supported in a certain way to hold this fucking 10-ton fat thing.
Yes, mammoth. Yeah.
Right now, I use it to obscure my router and the cables coming out of it. Yeah.
Do you have a console hooked up to it?
Yeah, I have my PS1 and a PS2 that I just kind of interchange the AV cable, and then I have the Switch on it.
The Switch?
Oh,
yeah,
converter.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really, because I don't really use. I'm not going to play the Switch on my 4K TV. I don't really play the Switch really at all lately, anyway.
Oh, sure. That's
so
fair. Yeah. Dustin, what's yours on? Just like an IKEA shelf, you said?
Yeah, it's IKEA.
But yours isn't like fucking massive TV. It's a nice size, but it's not massive.
No, yeah, this is actually a PVM, which means it's a production video monitor.
Right.
So it's extra nice, dude. In it, this is for the real AV nerds. If you watch like My Life in Gaming on YouTube, you'll know about this. The Super Nintendo has SCART output, which is a European standard that gives you a pure RGB signal. So if you get the right hookups, this can run pure RGB. So it's like super crystal clean signal. And it looks so fucking good on this TV. I'm so lucky to get this because this TV now is probably like over $800 at least.
What?
Probably.
Damn.
Yeah. I got it for $200 and everyone laughed at me and my family spending $200 on this TV. And now, dude, because of like Digital Foundry and My Life in Gaming, some of these sites, and God bless them. I mean, no, they're spreading the good word. They're not doing anything wrong. But
they've gone up.
Even standard CRTs now, if you look on Facebook Market, people know, and they're trying to sell them for $80, $100 and stuff like that. It's
you know where tough. I got my where I got my TV?
Trash.
I got mine for free from a friend of mine who does government work, I guess. It's from the house of a murderer. They seized all the assets, and they were like, "Hey, we have this TV in our office that we're trying to get rid of. We got it from a police seizure of assets of a murderer's house. You want it?" I was like, "Yes."
Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude.
That's lore for sure.
It's really more about it was really more about the fact that like I just wanted a free CRT.
Yeah,
but that story was kind of cool.
Yeah, that is a cool little story. Not many people can say that.
No.
Des Quick wrote in, "Hello, fellow summons of what color I do not know." Actually, that'd be a good warm-up question. What phantom color would you be? Blue, white, gold, those sick blue and red watchdogs of Farron, or the dark blue blades of the Dark Moon? Or are you a psycho purple phantom, or an evil red phantom? So, Souls reference.
Souls? Yeah.
Souls. I got it, dude. I'd be fucking gold, bro. Sunbros. Just posing up. A little co-op action, helping people out.
Yeah. I want to see, I'm just purely saying this aesthetic. If I'm going to be a phantom, I want to be purple or blue. Okay. Probably leaning purple though, because I'm already a ghost. I want to look the part, you know?
Yeah. That's Dark Souls 3, I think. I'm trying to remember. Purple?
The psycho purple phantom. I don't even remember this.
I think that's like the pontiff, or no, like the deep thing, maybe? I don't know. It's been a while. I'm not sure. All I know is if you're a fucking Dark Moon, dude, you're a nerd. The Dark Moon Blade Covenant people are for Omega nerds.
Yeah.
Chris, what about you? What color phantom do you want to be?
What's the worst one?
The most like degenerate one?
The most unappealing degenerate one.
Okay, so
red
is like, psychopath, invade your game, kill you. Purple is for purple. I don't remember that well. Dustin's on it, I guess. Dark blue. The Dark Moon is for edgelords, I'd say.
I'll do Dark Moon.
Okay, edgelords it is for Chris.
I'm not super familiar with the Souls part of Soulsborne, which is funny. I've really only delved into like Elden Ring and Sekiro and
that's right. There's a lot.
And, a little bit of Bloodborne, but like the Souls games have always just kicked my ass too hard, and I'm just like, I can't.
Well, you got far in Elden Ring, so I think you can do it.
I honestly think though I just like it's because that game has a jump button, and it's like Sekiro too, where like I really I need that verticality when I play a game. I don't know why, but there's something about a video game where I feel like jumping is such a part of video game design that like if a game doesn't have a jump button, I'm always like a little bit less
it's a little
likely
weird
to like it. But
yeah, it's just more comforting when you can jump in a game, no matter what it is.
Yeah, even if it's useless, I just like having that ability.
Dustin, did you find it?
So there's two purples.
Okay.
There's Purple Invader, aka Mound Makers, the Mad Phantom Invader, and there's Covenant Phantom, and they're like a blue and purple.
Okay. Is that Dark Souls 3?
Yes.
Okay.
It is Dark Souls 3. This guide is not telling me exactly what they do.
That's right.
There's like a fucking chart here for each invader and what their method of connection to the host, the goal of the phantom. So the purple, engage the host or any other phantom for PvP.
They're all just PvP shit.
Yeah, they're just PvP boys trying to ruin your run. So.
Oh, the one in the. Do you remember like the garden covenant? I forgot what they're called, Dustin, but from Dark Souls 1 in like the forest.
I've only played that game one time, so.
You only played Dark Souls 1. Like, you remember the cat? Alvina, she talks to you. She's like the Cheshire cat almost.
Oh, yeah.
It's like her covenant. I forgot what they're called. That was a sick one though.
Yeah, that was cool. I need to play that game again. It's so weird to go back to that game from playing modern Dark Souls FromSoft games. It's like feels very. I don't want to say it feels very different, but some of the key, like the dodge and the blocks feel.
Yeah, everything feels different, which is fine. It's just an older game. Yeah, I miss those games, but Elden Ring spoiled me, I feel like. And we're getting that DLC soon, so I don't even want to revisit anything. It's too close, man.
Too close.
Are you going to play that, Chris? Do you think?
Which one?
The Elden Ring DLC?
It depends on when it's out. I do want to.
It's like the end of June.
Yeah, I think I could probably manage that.
Okay.
I think so. It's really, I don't know. I've been getting the itch to play Elden Ring again.
Ooh.
I have some friends playing through it right now that it's just like, wow, yeah, I really loved this game. Like, and I got so hooked on it when it first came out, and I never truly finished it either. So like, I guess my main thing is like, where will this DLC be? As far as like how
you have to be far in the game. You're gonna have to be far.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna restart.
No. God, no.
I'll definitely probably play it. I think I might get to it later, but like I'll definitely at least try it.
Yeah, good. I'm so glad that's coming out in July because that will give me enough time before the baby is born. Since
it's the end of June.
Oh wait, end of June, even better because the baby doesn't come until end of July.
Yeah,
so that'll be my last hurrah before
before you're dead.
Before I die.
Yeah. What was your baby's name? I forgot. You guys came up with one.
Oh, is it
like Colin Chris?
Colin Chris Dustin Furman.
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
You should just name him after an Elden Ring character.
Yeah. Tarnished. I guess that's not a character.
Tarnished
Furman.
Yeah. Yeah, it's June 21st. So you'll have some time, Dustin.
That's good.
All right. Let's talk about actually what we've been playing, because that's the main goal of this podcast. Chris, we're going to start with you. Destiny 2. Please tell me about this. I have mixed thoughts about Destiny.
Yeah. I'm a captive. You know, they got me. I don't know, man. They had a reveal and it looked strangely promising considering the state of Bungie and the state of Destiny from the outside looking in. Looking pretty bleak, and I was really kind of off the bandwagon. I was definitely going to try out the final shape generally just because a sunk cost fallacy kind of thing where it's like, I've already put like 9 years into this. They're ending it. Why not see how it ends?
Yeah.
But I wasn't really looking forward to it at all. And then they had that showcase and I was just like, oh, they're doing some interesting shit here that actually looks fun to engage with. They seem to be breaking the game wide open as like a kind of a last hurrah type deal.
What's something they're doing that you're excited about?
They're really breaking out the customization and the build crafting options. So like basically what they're doing is typically throughout Destiny and throughout every expansion and throughout every sequel, although there's only been two, Destiny and Destiny 2, that you've had a very limited pool of class options, and you've had a lot of customization within those class options in various years throughout the game. Like vanilla Destiny 1 was kind of limited. At the end of Destiny 1, it was kind of open again, and then like Destiny 2 kind of like shrunk it down again. Then by Forsaken, it got like really expanded, and then with the Witch Queen, it got even more expanded. But now what they're doing is they're taking the 3 subclasses that you would have chosen, and they're kind of allowing you to basically mix and match elements of the separate classes within your each individual character. So basically you have like multiple elemental types, multiple elemental damage types. There's like there's a completely different way that your supers and your abilities like look on the HUD, and they're really fucking with it. And they're bringing back a bunch of broken weapons that completely, it really feels like they're going to be like, hey, listen, you want to break the game, fucking break it. It's the end.
That's cool.
Which is exciting. I like that aspect of like how they're treating it. But because I got excited about it and it looks fun and entertaining, I decided to jump back into it for a little bit. And man, Destiny is so strange because I've spent 9 years playing this game at varying capacities, at varying levels of intensity, following the lore more than I anticipated ever following it, listening to like My Name is Bife videos and like, you know, reading grimoire cards. I literally have 2 physical copies of, Destiny lore books like in my apartment. Because the lore of Destiny is like fucking super cool. It's actually like disappointing how little of it is like... how little of it is actually in the games until like way later. Like you have to get to like the later expansion of Destiny 2 before you even really see a lot of that bear out in any real gameplay capacity. But you know, it's really cool shit. And when I jumped in this last week, even I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's so inaccessible, and that's such a weakness for it. But at the same time, man, I can't deny that like playing that game and just simply moving around that world and like fighting with these combat options and the gunplay and the movement and the perks and the way that you can mix and match and build craft and how different skill trees feed into different weapons and how it is really, really a satisfying build crafting experience, way more than it ever used to be, especially back in, early vanilla D1 or definitely vanilla D2. They've really cracked this game open already. So the promise of them cracking it open even more and giving the player even more crazy shit to do, it's exciting. And there is a Dynasty Warriors quality to Destiny in some way, where like you're fighting like hordes of really easily dispatchable enemies with the occasional like massive boss, which, there is some level of mindlessness to it, but I do like that there is a level of complexity to like certain engagements and certain types of play. So like a raid, for example, like you would never casually jump into a raid because you'd be fucked. You'd not get anywhere. It really does genuinely require like an insane amount of cooperation. Like I think still to this day, some of the fondest memories I have in multiplayer gaming have been, completing Destiny raids on like super high difficulty with like a group of friends. It's like there is something genuinely rewarding about it. It is, communicating in that way with a team is difficult. Like it's not as easy as you would assume it would be. And so, getting through something like that and then to be able to like relax and just kind of go into like, I don't know, some strike playlist and just like destroy thousands of mobs to kind of unwind and try out your new stuff that you got from that raid is like there's a satisfying loop there that is still very intact and a lot better than it used to be. I still haven't figured out where to get this hoverboard that they added, because I saw like they added like a hoverboard thing that you can like surf around and do crazy shit. I saw that a couple months ago, but like I was just so disinterested in where Destiny was at that point that I was like, I don't care. I'm trying to find that now. I've really only sunk like maybe like 4 or 5 hours into it, but I've played so much Destiny over the years that I'm pretty intimately familiar with it. So yeah, but yeah, it's fun. It's still a good gameplay experience. I find.
Oh my god, the shooting is so good in that game. It's crazy. Even on controller, it's really good. Like Bungie still know how to make shooting feel good, which is like so important, obviously, for that game. It's good to hear that you're hyped for Destiny again. I've been seeing that a lot. People are very excited for Destiny. I remember when Lightfall came out, everyone was pretty upset about a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so it's good to hear that they're turning it around. It seems like in people's eyes. So that's really cool, especially because it's the end of this like saga arc or whatever it's going to be called.
Yeah, you'd hope that something that goes on that long will go out with a bang, and I am hopeful for it. Like I don't want to see games flounder and fail. You know what I mean? Like it gives me no pleasure to see like Suicide Squad faceplant. You know, like it is what it is with shit like that. But you know, Destiny, I don't know. I can't deny that there's absolutely like a nostalgic connection with that, because like Destiny 1 came out like around the time I stopped going to college.
14,
but I remember
13?
2014 is when it came out. But I remember like reading up on that stuff, and like they had that Destiny Awaits Easter egg as early in there was a Destiny Awaits Easter egg in the original version of Halo 3 ODST that came out in 2009. So like I've been following, I was following this project for fucking years, and I would like in high school, I was excited for this, and so that I'm 30 and that this kind of saga is kind of ending is kind of surreal and strange, and there absolutely is a nostalgic element there, and I can't even deny that there's like an emotional thing there too, as limited as it may be. It's not like, you know, Game of Thrones or anything. I'm not like at the edge of my seat, you know, but you know, these are characters to some extent and a world to some extent that I've been like familiar with for a very, very long time. So it's exciting to see it ending. Part of that is definitely the relief of being able to kind of like wash my hands of it.
Yeah.
It almost similarly like to Marvel, where it's just like when Endgame was coming out, like you knew that there were going to be movies after that, but like, did you really care? Not really.
I don't know, Brad. Does this sound? Everything Chris saying, it reminds me of exactly like when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out.
Right. Yeah, it's the end of the saga.
It's a very similar, in a way. It's like, wow, this long running nostalgic thing. It's had ups and downs. It's gone off the rails. I'm still really excited about it, but it's nice that it's going to be completed and over. But what's going to happen with both Kingdom Hearts and Destiny? It's not over. Then you're going to have a post Endgame situation.
No, for sure. Yeah. I have never felt so cut down in my life. Oh man, that's so rough, man. But no, that's definitely no, for sure. Like, because I know myself well enough to know that like if this hits, you know, if this does hit and they nail it and they have like a good finale. Side note, really interested to see how Keith David fits into Lance Reddick's old role. That's going to be like like the weirdest curiosity that I have about it, because Lance Reddick was such a big part of that game for like the longest time. So to have Keith David in there, fascinating. But yeah, like I can't deny that like there's some aspect of me that's like a little bit afraid of like, oh man, like I want them to nail it, but what if they nail it so well that the next thing they do Destiny related, that like I care still. And then I'm gonna jump in again. Or if there's like a Destiny 3 that like kind of like resets the table, where it's like it's not your Guardian anymore, but it's like a kind of like a fresh start. Because I think that's the biggest problem with Destiny. Really, it's like there's no real good onboarding for it. I don't think it was necessarily designed with the intent of lasting this long, to the point where like the original story of Destiny 2 is you can't play it.
No,
right? I forgot about that. Dude.
Yeah, it's just gone. Like not that there's much interesting there in comparison. Like definitely like what is in Destiny 2 now is like the best shit. Like the Witch Queen I would genuinely recommend to fucking anybody, even just like as like a campaign just to breeze through. It's so fucking good. But yeah, man, whatever the future holds for Destiny, like I'll be cautiously curious about it. There's certain things going on with Bungie right now that just have me concerned in general. But I'm rooting for them, hoping that they can nail it, at the very least for the sake of closure for this long chapter, and that it wasn't all the missteps led to something that was, you know, a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Chris.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. If I can jump in for a sec, just because you were saying about onboarding new players, and you touched on this briefly too, and we talked about it on Sacred a little bit. It's not only tough for insanely tough, impossible to onload new players, but bringing back players that even were deep into Destiny 2, like myself. The thought of last time I jumped in, they immediately started with a mission that was past where I was previously, because it just kind of like start doing this mission and then throws you in the tower. There's a million things going on. It is, and I was saying on Sacred, I'm like, I feel an obligation. It's the sunk cost thing that you were saying, in that I have played every Destiny, all the Destiny content. I didn't play the Iron Lords thing in Destiny 1, so I missed that. But I've played everything up to Witch Queen, which I don't think I finished. So really, I just have Lightfall, finish Witch Queen, Lightfall, and then this new expansion. Then I also can have this like chapter completed. But the thought of going back right now, I didn't want to do it and just kind of suffer through a little bit just as I'm figuring things out. And it's mainly story related. I remember I got to a point, once again, Jimmy Champagne, he's big Destiny guy, was texting me. He's like, man, the new chapter that they added for this season was so story heavy and so cool. I'm like, what am I? Are those seasons still playable, or are they still? I don't even know.
No, that's the thing, man. That's the thing about it. It's like you really, it's, and I get it in some way, because it really does reward players who stick with it. And if you miss it, you miss it. There's something interesting about that, and I get it. But at the same time, there's gotta be a better way to do it. Like, I really don't think that that the game is designed to handle a linear story all that well, because even let's say you have two different expansions, one that's like 2 years apart from each other. You have like, I don't know, Forsaken, and then you have Witch Queen, which is like several years apart. Those NPCs theoretically can exist in the same place at the same time, and then they'll give you story missions non-linearly, and it's all very fucking confusing. Like, I feel like you need a fucking game facts guide just to like.
I did.
It's confusing. Like,
when I came in, I was like, what am I doing? I had no idea what was happening.
There is no way to know what you're fucking doing, and it's a problem for sure. But at the same time, you know, having really important story beats throughout the season is also really cool. You know, like, because a lot of seasonal content in a lot of games is filler, or just not really all that interesting, or not that really important. And so the fact that Destiny has meaningful seasons is kind of like a double-edged sword, because it means that like the seasonal content is really good and really compelling and like really well written. There's some great cutscenes, and especially some great animatic cutscenes that really only take place during the seasons and not even like as a part of the main story. And they're really fucking good. Like some of the best shit in Destiny, quite frankly. But when the season ends, it's just kind of gone, and that is the seasonal model. But like there's an incongruence between like how important the seasonal model should be and how it's designed to be. I think is kind of the issue with it. And you know, hopefully if they start fresh with a Destiny 3, if that's even on the cards, they can redesign the core experience, because remember, this is all based on the bones of Destiny 1, really.
Yeah.
Which is a PS4, PS3 game, really. So my hope is that like if there is a Destiny 3, that they can like kind of like go to the drawing board on like how this stuff is organized, maybe even like commit to a more legit MMO kind of framework, since that's clearly what they're trying to do. Maybe even get rid of PvP entirely, because like who fucking cares? Like I don't think PvP is really that important to Destiny really at all anymore. Although like maybe not entirely, but scale back, figure out a way to make this work in a way that isn't held back by really old bones. That could be very exciting, but yeah, I don't know. Destiny's weird. It's a strange beast.
Yeah, I wish when I played, I was like somehow like when you're in the towns or the tower or whatever, it didn't feel like a town really. No one was like talking. Everyone's just kind of sitting there. There's only like a certain amount of people there. I want it to feel like you're in like a big city actually with a bunch of people. That feels alive, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to do that with console, because like on PC, well, I mean, 14's on console too, and everyone's typing and shit. I don't know. I want them to get something more like that feels more MMO-y, I guess.
Yeah, I want to be able to happen across a town, or like go like from a town, you know, into the world, or even like, I mean, I guess space flight. Like Dustin, I think we were talking about it. I can't remember if it was on Sacred or not, but like about like space flight and whether or not that could be something that they could add. Like, I don't know. There's a lot that they could add to Destiny to make it like even like really, really cool. I just wonder what they'll do, or if they'll even nail it. You know, like who fucking knows if the final ship could end horrendously. And it's very possible. So I don't know. It's up in the air right now, but I'm choosing to remain hopeful, despite how poorly that strategy has gone many times.
We Sail 1996 wrote in, "Hey summoners, mainly one for Chris, but feel free to chime in. I really want to love Destiny. I've tried multiple times to get into the game. However, I find the game is extremely hard to get into. There are 100 different things going on, and the game does not guide you very well at all. How do you think they can improve the experience for a new player or for new players in the future or in the next game?"
Man, yeah, I I don't know the individual micro decisions that would need to be made, obviously, because I'm not a game designer, but I do think like what is there needs to be reworked heavily. I think at the very least, if, I think what would help is to kind of simplify the notification system, because like right now when I log into Destiny, there's like a million people that I have to go see, but I don't really have to. Like, it's not really that important. What I would like is if you were on a certain story, like let's say you're going through, for the sake of argument, let's say you're going through like the Witch Queen story. I think all of your notifications or all of your markers should be in the direction of where that story is going to go. And there should almost be no other markers on the map at all. And there should be like a sequence of, there was a game, I can't remember actually, like Ghost of Tsushima did a really good job with that, with the side quests. Cause I remember specifically, cause you could happen across different side quests out of order almost.
Yeah.
But it would always say like if there were 5 missions, you would see a side quest and you'd be like, oh, mission 3 of 5. And you were like, oh, I shouldn't do that one because that's 3 of 5. I should go find 1 of 5.
Right.
And that's like kind of a janky system, I guess. But like, it's better than just like jumping into a mission and being in the middle of a story beat that you have no fucking idea what's going on, which is kind of the problem. It's a band-aid over a larger problem, but I do think it helps to just alleviate, like give players context as to like what campaign they're playing, what number mission, like the order of these missions.
Right.
I feel like even something as simple as that would go a long way, and just but I really do believe that the future of Destiny needs to be like redesigned almost from the ground up. I think the gameplay is fine. Keep the gameplay almost you don't even have to change a damn thing about the gameplay, quite frankly. It's really about how the gameplay is like sectioned between different play spaces and different activities, and like how you navigate to and from those different places and different worlds and different planets and different activities. That needs to be really thoroughly re-examined and like almost completely bulldozed and redone.
Yeah. I think, Chris, what they should do is when you start, especially as a new player, they should have a very tailored like tutorial experience, I guess, for you that like gives you a general idea of the story. You do that for like a couple levels, whatever. You just level up. Then it launches you into whatever expansion like lets you pick. But I don't think you should be able to do quests out of order in like a quest chain. I think it should just be like you have to start here kind of thing like that. It'll make it much more simple instead of worrying about, am I on part 5 of this quest? Like, and you have no context for anything.
True. Yeah. And to be fair, I don't think you can do quests out of order. I just think like, I think for me, because I've played so much of it, that like I had the option to. But I do think like I still like sometimes, because I'll have like multiple different missions available. The quest tab in the options menu is fucking. I find it completely fucking unreadable. Like I've been playing this game for years, and I still really like can't. Like, this is such a needlessly tedious way to organize quests. Give me a list.
Yeah.
Don't give me boxes or rectangles or anything. Just give me a list with like things I have to do. It's worked for ages for a reason. So just do that. But yeah, it's confusingly designed, and like every different menu has like a different layout and like a completely different design. I feel like there's certain elements of Destiny that are a little bit over designed, especially in the UI front.
Sure.
That could use that could benefit from some trimming back. And
so when a new expansion comes out or whatever, with the final shape coming out, in order to play the other expansions, do you still have to buy those individually? Like, do you have to buy the Witch Queen separately, or can you buy something that's just, here's everything up to this point?
Man, as somebody who owns everything, I really don't know.
Okay.
Because I've never had to make that late decision as to like, oh, well, where am I going to jump in? Because I've been following it the entire time. But I think there are certain components of Destiny that are free to play, and I think that certain expansions. I think that there are certain expansions that have been on, Game Pass and PS Plus. But I think in order to play the Witch Queen, you have to buy the Witch Queen.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
which is another thing too. It's like it's financially inaccessible as well. It's so fucking
that's
expensive.
A lot of money to catch up.
Well, I think you can buy and play just the current expansion, but you won't you won't get all the old expansions with that. So if you want to, I guess so you're right. If you want to catch up, because I was looking at it, I thought that at some point they had just started including Beyond Light, and it's $6 in the Steam store currently on sale. So you'd have to go back to that. $6 for that. Shadowkeep is $5. So now's a good time if you want to buy all these. You can.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap now.
It's on a decent sale, but
I think they just need. So I'm pretty sure this is how 14 does it, where it's like when the new expansion comes out, all the previous ones are bundled together for like a cheap price. So it's easier for people to go through everything.
That's smart.
Sorry, 14. You have to do everything in order in that game anyways, though. But I think even if Destiny, you could just hop around or you could skip expansions. I think that'd be great if you could just buy, you spend $50, $60 and you get all the past expansions at least together so you can go through them. Especially for a game, you're talking about the story is so great and people are so invested in it. It's like, you should want people to do those and make it accessible for them to go through it.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's kind of like watching I feel like Destiny is almost like watching like several different TV shows in the same universe that have all been going on for a really, really long time. where it's like, okay, so here's the story of like the tower and the people in the tower, and that's like kind of covered in like the seasons, and like here's the greater story that's like kind of like the main focus of the games. And then here's like the grimoire that's like kind of like the foundations of like the lore and like the tales and like all these like different legends and stuff. And it's all really good when it's all really good when you know all of it, because it all feeds into each other. And it's like they've done a really, really like sincerely from a perspective of cohesive like world building. Like it's really fucking good. But the problem is if you have players who are only engaging with one aspect of it, they're not really open to that because it's by definition, like you're not going to get everybody with that. And there's something to admire in that level of inaccessibility to a certain extent, because it allows you to flesh out things that normally from an executive position, you'd be like, well, nobody played that, so we shouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. Whereas like these people, like they're still fleshing out characters from like D1 that were like vendors who had like no purpose other than to give you like a fucking sparrow on mission 1, and they have like this whole narrative and like they have like a family and like all that. It's interesting, but it's Destiny's biggest problem is its inaccessibility, and going forward from here would require kind of a big reset in some way, which I think a lot of people would be really excited for. Actually, I think even people who have been playing Destiny for a long time, who have had their character since 2014, I think a lot of people are kind of like ready to kind of put this chapter of Destiny behind them, even if they do love it, to see like what they could do maybe even further. My hope personally is for the next game to take place so far into the future of this universe that like almost nothing is recognizable in the way that we see it. Like none of the characters that we know or maybe like a handful, but like just an excuse to reset the world and like put the world into a completely different state that is intriguing and new and different, and allows for like different design elements and different design philosophies to kind of take hold. I think that would be like the most exciting.
I think that'd be cool. And even if they do that, it's going to be a while, so you'll have plenty of time with Destiny.
It's well off.
Chris, what you're saying is something that's long running, maybe even nostalgic to fans, that requires an extreme amount of dedication, reaps insane benefits for longtime fans. Huh.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of like One Piece. It's actually everything you just said kind of describes One Piece in a way.
Chris is a Westaboo. He loves all the things about that are common with anime and Japanese games, but he just sees that Western filter over it.
Twice in an episode, bitch. You're done. You've been targeted. Anime attack.
I'm anime attack. No,
I have the power of God and anime on my side, and you're done.
Well, my argument really is that like I only have room for so many of these things.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so like even for live service, where it's like, dude, man, I'm in Destiny, and I've been in Destiny for so long that like I'm not really intensely playing any other live service games, because that's kind of the nature of like I just don't.
You
there's
pick
no
like
time.
one or two.
You pick one, and that's your game. Maybe you hop off of one, and then you go to something else. But like generally speaking, there's only so much time, and I can't do One Piece, man. I already got. It's too much.
I'm not asking you to play or to watch One Piece. You got to acknowledge everyone's like, 1,000 episodes. It's so stupid. I'm not saying you said that. Maybe you did at one point. I don't remember.
Well, to be fair, I also wouldn't consider Destiny amazing. You know, like I wouldn't consider like Destiny like among the greatest works of fiction, largely because of that long like this. It's just winded and waned and like there's such a roller coaster aspect to it. Like it ain't Breaking Bad, you know what I mean? It's not Final Fantasy VII, where like this is like a lasting story.
Right.
It's just cool for people who are into it, and that's great. And there's some good shit there for sure. But like there were some dark years, man. There were some real dark multiple periods of years where things were bad for a while. Dude, things were so bad that D2. Destiny 2 Vanilla's campaign was considered like really good.
Yeah.
And it's not really at all. Like it's kind of horrible, actually. But it was such a step up from Vanilla D1, which had no story at all.
It did not. Yeah, that was so weird.
That was truly fucking.
Yeah, that was wild. Wild times.
Yeah. And then the raid came out, and then it was over.
Yeah. All right, this is from Michael J. Sutherland. Good day, and I hope Yins, Dustin, is this you? Is this your doing?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. This name is familiar. I don't know if he's a Pittsburgh boy or in the area, but yeah, shout out to Yins.
Hope you're all Yins are doing well. This question is more for Chris or Dustin and Chris, but Brad may have some input too. Do you have a memorable Gallowhorn pickup that you would like to share? For me, it took 8 months, and I was finally allowed to join others on the Corta raid, which was so exciting. When it dropped, I screamed and scared the hell out of my dog who was sleeping next to me. One of the most memorable moments in my gaming lifetime.
Yeah, that's the Crota raid.
Crota, sorry.
You did a little miss. Yeah, it's actually the Crota raid. Crota raid?
Actually, that's the son of Oryx. Just so you know. Oh, man.
Gallowhorn, memorable pickups. Any of them?
Well, I remember, dude, Gallowhorn was such a big fucking deal. Like that is honestly like one of the best memories I think I have also. So many of them come from Destiny just by the nature of like how that game was just put together. And I remember coming back together with like friends of mine from like Catholic elementary school that I haven't talked to in years, because they were like, dude, a new Bungie game is out. We got to play. Because we used to play Halo all the time. I was like, oh, yeah. All right. Person I haven't talked to in years. And we would do these raids. And I was like, this is fucking incredible. Like, this is a really incredible experience. Like, reconnecting in this context is really interesting. And I remember I was so pissed off because we were trying for a Gallowhorn drop. We were like waiting. It's like, my God. Because there was no real way to get it before, if I'm not mistaken. Like, so just for context, for people who have no idea what the fuck we're talking about, Gallowhorn is this exotic, basically like a really high tier rocket launcher that was so strong. It was like borderline broken, and you kind of needed it if you wanted to like do like a really, really quick, like amazing raid runs, basically. Like it was like so strong. It was a rocket launcher that homed in and exploded into other smaller rockets that then homed in again. And it was super fucking cool to see, because it would aggressively track targets, even in multiplayer, by the way, which was crazy. It was super fun, and it was like a great weapon, but there was no real way to get it. You just kind of had to hope that it would randomly drop in the world, or after like a PvP mission, or after like a nightfall, or like some really, really hard activity. And there was no way to do it. But before everybody understood how valuable that weapon was going to be, it was like the first one that was available for like a limited sale. So like they were selling it the first weekend of Destiny 1. And everybody was like, why the fuck would I buy this? It's the first weekend. They're not going to sell anything good on the first weekend. No chance. And so everybody skipped out on it, and it ended up being like the most important thing. And so it never entered that store again. And so people were just like waiting for it to drop. And I remember it dropped for me after, I think, a PvP match where like I went like some crazy KD where like I think I got like, it was like 28 kills and like no deaths or something, like some crazy insane thing. And it dropped, and I fell to my knees and I screamed. I was so excited. And there's so many videos on YouTube that you can look up, and it's like infectious. There's like an infectious like positivity aspect to it, where like you can watch these videos of people freaking out about the Gjallarhorn, and it just warms your heart because it's fun to see people like that genuinely excited over something that is so silly and menial. And then I remember being super fucking pissed off because like the week after it was like really obvious how good Gjallarhorn was, my friend got it after a PvP match where he did fucking terrible. He did so bad. Everybody else did so much better than we carried him through that match. And then he was the only one rewarded in any real meaningful way. And he got the best thing in the game. And I was like, this is just my luck.
That's fucked.
And I didn't get mine until like, I think like a year, I think maybe like a year and a half, 2 years later or something. Like it was like a while. Like I spent a long time waiting for this thing to drop. And then when it finally dropped, I was super, super stoked.
Even I knew about the Gjallarhorn. I wasn't even playing Destiny, but I just knew about it through osmosis and just people talking about it. I guess that's how legendary it was.
Yeah, it was like the Excalibur. It's like the Excalibur of Destiny. It was like that one weapon that like everybody understood was like important. Yeah. Even if they're not really sure what it is. It's really cool.
Dustin, did you ever get one?
No. And I was very mad about it at the time because specifically, and he's mentioning here, the Crota raid, the goal, the ideal situation is that everyone on the team would have a Gjallarhorn because basically you had to fight in order to kind of stun Crota because you couldn't attack him unless you did these other things. I'm trying to remember. So once it was the attack phase, everyone went ham with the Gjallarhorn, and you could like one phase him if everyone had Gjallarhorn. So it was really ideal to have one, and I never got one. So that was pretty annoying. I'm trying, dude. I've been trying to remember the name of the weapon. It took me. It had to have been 20 to 30 hours of grinding. It was a legendary auto rifle, I think, that you had to get. It was one of the. Chris, you might remember. There's certain legendary weapons that are like they're not exotic, but they're a tier above legendary, and so. This one in particular, what was so annoying about it is that you had to do an insane amount of, it's like PvP kills or wins or something like that in order to get it. It probably is worthless now in the game, but I spent so long working towards this gun. I'll have to look. There's no way I'll ever get rid of it on my account because I just can't, even if it's worthless. I'm like, I spent
I know exactly. I don't know because there's been so many, like a lot of weapons are introduced like throughout seasons and then like throughout expansions, there's like new tiers of weapons. So like if you could remember what the weapon did, then I might know what you're talking about. But there's a lot of those too, where like I still have a weapon in my vault that is completely useless, but I loved it so much. It was just a pistol that just felt so good, like so uniquely good. It's called Trust. If anybody, and it was so fucking. I had like a perfect roll on it, and it's useless now because like they did like a sunset weapons phase where like they basically were like these weapons are not really viable in like high tier content or whatever. So like raids, and you can still use them in PvP and they would be fine, but like the stuff that you would like really do for rewards, you wouldn't want to use those. So like I just kind of like, but I could never delete it. I was like, I love this thing. You grow weirdly attached to weapons in that game. I don't know what it is. Like there is something, there's a magic special sauce there where it's like, I will never in a million years get rid of my Gjallarhorn. Like, no shot. No shot.
Yeah. This gun in particular I think it had an effect where it had like a scaling effect that the more enemies you killed, it like started to glow. It wasn't Risk Runner because it wasn't a exotic, but it was kind of like that so that you could put an exotic in another slot.
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the name though. It was like a submachine gun.
Yeah, it was a submachine gun, and it was awesome. I finally got it, and it was one of those ones where you finally get it, and then you're kind of mad about it because you're like, why did I waste so much fucking time into getting this gun? And now I have it, and it's great. But man, it took so long to get.
Yeah, there's an element of shame.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So where it's like, God damn, this was an entire video game. Like I could have finished an entire other video game in the time it took me to get this weapon.
Yeah,
which is kind of like, it's kind of the problem with these games in general. But
yeah. I mean, that's online games. All the time I've spent in MMOs grinding for some shit that doesn't matter at all. It's just like I could have been played like 3 games doing something else, but that's just the way it is. I have a hypothetical for both of you. Destiny follow-up, whatever it's going to be, would you want it to be first and third person or just first person?
Oh, you mean like, well, because they do the mix now. I think the mix is cool.
I
like it. Well, it's so basically, man, it is kind of difficult to describe, but most of the game is first person, but then like certain traversal is third person,
right? And, like the tower is third person.
Yeah, the tower is third person, and then the sparrow is third person, and then
That's right. I forgot about
certain special moves I think are third person as well, and obviously the emotes kind of transition you into third person. I think that mix is really cool. I like the dynamism of that. Swords, I think, are and like when you have a sword equipped, because that's a heavy weapon, and that kind of puts you in a third person perspective too. So I think I like how it is really now. It would be cool to have like maybe like an option to toggle, like no matter where you were. Like if you could be first person on a sparrow, I think that would be cool. And if you could be like third person when you're just using a gun, I think that would be really cool too. But I don't know. I would really I wouldn't want to ask for like a limitation on like one or the other. If the only thing that I would ask is either if you're not going to keep it the same, then just like add more flexibility to it, so that players can have that choice, almost like in the way that kind of Bethesda does it, where like you can do it third person if you want, or first person, and whatever suits your personal play style.
Yeah,
I think that'd be cool.
Just think about loot and gear, like cosmetics are that's like the end game of every MMO is the way your character looks. And I just wonder about Destiny if it would make it more appealing to some people. I don't know.
Yeah,
I always just wonder about that.
Maybe. There is definitely like a general, I don't want to say bias towards third-person games, but there's definitely like something about...
There's more. They're very popular right now.
Yeah, and I think it's just because it's really just the basis of like you can see... It is more immediately apparent to even a layman who doesn't really know much about video games, like what is happening. Right. As opposed to like when you show like your parents like Portal or something, you're like, what is going? I don't know what
yeah, they get sick watching it or something.
Yeah, but you show them Final Fantasy and you're like, oh, the characters are walking around cool. Like it's really just that extra layer of like that extra wall that just isn't there.
Yeah.
Which real quick, I found the gun. It's the Recluse.
Oh, dude, yeah, that thing is back now.
Oh, it's back. Vengeance. Nice.
That thing is, if you have that, you're in a good. I still actually don't have that fucking gun.
Yeah, as you said that, your camera shook like you were angry.
Yeah, I think they might have made it easier to get since I did it, but I'm not positive of that.
Yeah, it was. You know what's crazy? It was trending. It was trending like a couple days ago. Recluse. Or like I think like last week, and I clicked on it. It was all Destiny related. I was like, "You got to be joking! This thing is back."
Yeah. And it's like, it's a pinnacle. Those are called pinnacle weapons.
Right. So, pinnacle weapons. That's right.
Yeah. First or third person Destiny. I kind of like it the way it is, where it's a mix of both overall. I don't know. I just don't think the shooting and combat feels so good in first person. I would never want to do that in third person, and it pulls out to third person at the right time. So I say keep it as is.
Okay. Alrighty. All right, boys. Let's move on to our next game. How do you pronounce this, Dustin? Balatro or Balatro?
Neither one. It's
what is it?
Balatro.
Balatro.
Or is it? I'm trying to remember. It's either Balatro or Balatro. It might be Balatro. They say it in the trailer, but Holly always calls it Balto, which is definitely wrong. Like the that kids cartoon with the
dog,
Balto. Yeah. So we'll go with Balatro for now.
Okay.
But yeah.
Tell me about this card game.
Yes. Sorry for sacred listeners. We said that this show wouldn't have redundancies on it, but it definitely is right now. Because
how there would be no redundancies when you guys still talk about what you're playing on that show?
Right.
On all of our shows, it's just like, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen at some point. So yeah, Balatro, this is a roguelike card game, but so think in the lines of a Slay the Spire type. Okay. But what makes this one unique, ironically, is it's leaning on traditional card games, specifically poker. And it's funny because during Sacred Symbols, we talked about how this game was removed from the eShop for gambling or something like that. And it got brought back. So that's the first time I think we talked about it on Sacred. And at the time, I said, I don't know anything about poker. I don't think anyone understands poker. And then Colin gave a 10-minute explanation that he said would take 30 seconds. And it melted my mind. There's a clip of it. And so I was kind of out. I was like, I have no interest. Because Slay the Spire is cool. It didn't hook me like a lot of people, but I do like card games. Like I went through a Hearthstone phase for a bit where I was really into that. I had a little short period where I played Marvel Snap, and this isn't really like those games, but you get the point. I like these types
One Piece card game,
which, dude, don't even get me started. I haven't found packs in weeks around here because of the scalpers. It's very frustrating. So I decided to check this game out because Ben had bought it and we have Steam family share set up. Mm-hmm. So I was like, this might be cool to check out on the Steam Deck on the way to New York. So I booted it up and the sun was shining directly on my Steam Deck screen and it was miserable. And I thought, I'm not going to play this right now. And this might have been my only time that I would be interested enough because I'm stuck in a car. So I thought, why not? So then when we got back, I booted it up and Holly was in the room and Brandon was over. And I was like, oh, sweet. They both know how poker works. So they might know how to play this game. And so I started playing it and they were explaining to me the different poker hands and stuff. I'm like, oh, so this isn't really poker. It's just knowing poker hands. Like you can have a pair, three of a kind, full house, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so very quickly, the game started to make sense to me. And so this game in general, the way it works is that you have a set amount of chips you need to win, and you play poker hands to get there. And at the end of each round, you have a shop where you can buy, specifically the main thing I would say of this game is jokers, which are modifiers that will do different things in order to increase your chip count. So there's a joker that says it'll give you, I think it's like plus 50 chips per odd card played in your hand. Or there's jokers that will give you a multiplier for every spade played in your hand. And where this gets really interesting is how you're able to combine these different jokers to get really insane high-level hands. And it's cool because it really demands that you scale and play with these systems. You're never going to win without trying to min-max the systems in the game. And it gets even more involved, too, where you have different, so there's tarot cards that you pick up, and those are good at modifying your deck. So let's say my jokers are designed around playing flushes. I can start the process to change my entire deck to just have the suit that I want to play. So like just hearts. So yeah, it's a game that I never thought that I would get into. And my main point on Sacred that I really want to reiterate here is that it's the type of game that I could see myself playing forever because of how open-ended it is and how many different strategies or situations that can arise from it. Even still, I played on stream the other day, and it was really fun because the chat that was there were some hardcore players there, and they were teaching me different tips on how to play the game. And I'm 30 hours into playing this, and I'm still learning, like, oh, if your card, you should set your cards in order by multiplier in order to maximize and stuff like that, like little tiny tips. So, tiny tips. Anyway, so yeah, it's a totally awesome game, and it's been great. A lot of the audience has reached out to me saying that they're checking it out and playing it. And I would encourage people that if you're not into card games, or like poker or, traditional type card games, we'll say, I never thought I would like this game, and I'm so deeply addicted to it. I play it every day, and it's at the point now Holly is also playing it every day.
Oh,
and
man.
It's so it's, at first I let her play my Steam Deck and she was getting into it. I'm like, no. I'm just going to buy this for you on Switch. We cannot share this game. It's just not happening. So there is an iPhone version of it that's being worked on currently. So you will be able to get on iPhone, and that version will be awesome because it's on Steam Deck and Switch. You can play it on touch or with controller. So yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I haven't said about it. It's cool. There's like multiple decks. So there's like different play styles right from the beginning, different difficulty modifiers. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm going through and playing with each different deck. And so like there will be a deck that you get one extra hand per round. And so that's like the basis of the deck. There's one you get one extra discard per round. There's ones that give you like an immediate special joker or stuff like that. And then you can add difficulty modifiers on top of that as well. So a lot of variety to it. And it's been interesting too, just because specifically on Sacred, we had 2 write-ins. One person saying the game was way too hard and they put 30 hours in and they never won. And one person saying that they beat the game with like every deck very easily. So there's definitely a giant skill range, it seems. But yeah, This game rules, and I cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah, my friend, Mike Huber, Dustin, he fucking was trying to sell me on this game so hard. He's telling me he would give it a 10 if he reviewed it, probably, because he said it's like perfect in every way. And I was like, I believe you, but I just don't want to play a card game right now. I'm just not going to do it right now.
So that's a good question. Is Balatro a 10? I would say it's like nearly a 10, because there are certain cards in it that are kind of worthless. And so that makes it kind of annoying that it feels like, obviously there's going to be an element of luck in any roguelike game, but when you're getting shit that's like, man, every person that plays this and YouTubers that make videos about it and streamers say that it's shit, that's not fun to get a card that sucks. But there's currently the first balancing patch that's out on beta on the Steam version that will be coming. I haven't played it yet just because I don't want to beta test the patch. I'd rather just wait until it's good to go. So the first balancing patch is out. And so I wouldn't even say it's like not balanced now. It's just not perfectly balanced. But I think I might agree with him that this game, if you look at it in terms of what is this game trying to do, does it achieve it, and to what degree of success in terms of how fun it is, then yeah, this game is absolutely 10. Yeah. Without a doubt. And the thing too, Brad, is that I know you're saying you don't want to get into a card game right now. This isn't the type of, like, this is a game that you can just like put in a few rounds if you want, or you can put in 3 hours if you want. That's the thing, is that I saw a few different people like, yeah, I'm going to check this out after I do this. And maybe that is some self-restraint from people that know that they could get addicted to it and sidetracked from other games. But it really is a game that you could play on the side when you're kind of like winding down or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know, I guess. But I'm scared of it.
Are you scared of being addicted or not knowing how it works?
More so addicted. I don't really know how to play poker, but I could probably figure it out if I'm playing the game. But there's just other stuff I have to do first, I feel like. I don't want to throw this to the top of the queue when I have so much other stuff I want to play first.
Dude, my dream, I want other members of our team to get into it, because I have this idea. I don't know how we would ever do this. Maybe it'd just be a stream. I want to do a Balatro tournament, because you can do specific seeds. So everyone would start with the same type of run, and then you could compete based on who can get further into the game.
That's cool. Yeah.
It would be so much fun. No one wants to do that but me. So I'm not like, I'm not clamoring anybody to do it, but it would be, I could see this game because I saw on YouTube, I didn't watch it, but there are streamers that have done competitions for this game. And I would imagine that would be really cool.
That's cool. That is cool. Let's see. Jefferson Wentworth wrote in, gentlemen, riddle me this. Why can't I stop playing Balatro? I don't win. I don't even do that well, but I just can't stop. There's some sort of addictive nature to this game, it sounds like, Dustin, where people are just addicted to it and they cannot stop playing. There is something
I mentioned about how the game got taken down in certain stores because the different rating boards, in whatever countries those were, felt that the game had gambling in it, so it deserved like certain rating boards are like, if it has gambling, it's rated M or like the highest level, no matter what. Which this game doesn't let you bet with money specifically, but you're making bets all the time on strategy as far as like, okay, well, I could pick up this Joker. It's going to cost me, but then the next roll, I might not have any money and it might be something much better or something like that. But in terms of its addictiveness, it definitely has, I think about it like, I've seen videos about how in different casinos and slot machines, they're very, very intentionally designed to play on the dopamine parts of your brain where it's like, oh, bright lights, flashing colors, specific sounds, stuff like that. And when you play a hand in Balatro, the way that it tallies everything, it's like, like it makes like these perfect sounds. When your multiplier gets high enough, the score counter catches on fire. And so you're always like, ooh, is it going to catch on fire this time? And
that's that reminds me of Vampire Survivors when you get like one of those good chests and it just like doesn't stop.
Mm-hmm.
Dopamine.
Yeah. It's a lot like that. And it has this effect where you kind of set up your strategy with your jokers and your deck, and you could, in theory, put out your hand, get out a calculator like some fucking dork, and figure out exactly how many points you're going to get. But the game is really not designed to play like that. It's like you're setting up this machine and then like pushing out your hand and seeing like, okay, is this one going to pop off? And it's really fun because there's certain points where I've used all my discards. And so I kind of have to put out a bum hand in order to just get new cards to try to get a better hand. And because of the way the jokers are set up, I can win on the first round on a bum hand. And it's like, that's a 10 out of 10. That was an on fire hand where the multiplier went crazy and it was just nothing. So it definitely has those dopamine sticking points and that will get you addicted.
Andrew Bernard wrote in, hey, too legit to slit summoners. Question for Dustin. Although you consider yourself not a fan of card games or deck builders, what does Balatro do so differently for you that you got hooked and considered it a forever game? As a fan of the genre and someone with over 150 hours played, Balatro takes inspiration for other great titles in the genre, but sticks to its own design decisions, which I think goes a long way. Happy to hear any thoughts from Chris or Brad on what factors into them trying games in a genre that are out of their wheelhouse. Shout out and thanks to the Awesome Crew for all the great work and content.
Well, I will say first, just as a overall thing outside of the game, it is a good reminder that and I'm sure like anybody else, you get kind of set in the types of games you think you like. And I feel like it's important for everyone. It's important for us as commentators to check out games outside our wheelhouse. But even for me, a game like this was kind of set in stone in my brain. That's like, oh no, I'm not going to like that. But I gave it a shot anyway. And now it's going to end up being probably one of my favorite games of all time. Just on like, it just happened to be, I played it at the right point when I had the right people around me that could kind of explain things to me. And it, kind of changed my way of thinking about a lot of different games. So it's definitely important to keep that mindset, what makes it a forever game? And this is a good question. This is, I think, where we can get you guys in on this too. What makes a forever game? Because I brought up in Sacred, there are games like Tetris that are infinitely replayable. If you like the game, if you like the overall core gameplay, you can kind of play Tetris forever. What is that quality about it that makes it fun forever? Because you don't necessarily feel like, I mean, I guess to some degree, as you play, you feel like you're getting better at it. But it's really hard to describe and even articulate that feeling about something.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is a simplicity to it. Well, on the surface, at least, easy to get into, very easy to understand. But once you start playing it, you realize there's a lot of depth there. I think that could be a big hook for this game. But yeah, I think how long rounds are or whatever, how long it takes you to play. You could just do a hand or whatever, a run if you want, just to get a quick little fix in. You don't have to dedicate hours or whatever to it. Small stuff like that can really help a game with longevity. What about you, Chris? Anything you think of?
Yeah, I don't know. I think what helps Balatro specifically, I mean, not to discredit the game design or anything, the team is or the individual, like what kind
it's
of
a solo developer.
Yeah, like not to discredit anything that they're doing, but I do think it helps that this game does feel like something that could. I mean, even just from my third party knowledge of what this game is and only having seen footage of it, the fact that it is based on the 52 cards by itself kind of helps a big deal, because like, I mean, that is a forever game too. Like those cards, like those have been around for fucking ages. And I think just building a game on top of that really kind of helps it along the way a little bit. But I don't know. I think Tetris is like the perfect example whenever I think of like a forever, like Tetris, I don't think there is a better video game, sincerely, like from a design and like from a gameplay perspective. I think it is wholeheartedly perfect. I wrote a paper in college about it, actually. Like I wrote I can't remember how many pages at this point. It was way longer than it needed to be. But I wrote a whole thing about like why Tetris is so perfect and like all the reasons why. And I think it is that layer of just like, it is really easy to understand. You could put this in front of a 90-year-old in an iron lung, and they would understand like what the goal is and how to play and like how to improve and like what the goal is. And then like I know some people, Zach Hadel, who some people in the audience might know, is like he created Smiling Friends, that Adult Swim, along with Michael Cusack. I remember being in a room with him and seeing him play Tetris, and it was the scariest thing I've ever seen. He is so unbelievable. Like, I don't know how you can be amazing at Tetris, because it's so chaotic, and it is just like, oh well, especially when it speeds up and you don't know what's coming next. I was having a conversation with him, and he turns to me to have the conversation. He's looking at me, and he's playing perfectly on the screen. Like, he's a fucking strange, like that is still to this day like one of the strangest. That's like a cryptid sighting almost. Like, oh, I just saw Mothman or something. It's like, how are you doing this without looking at the screen? Like, you've played better than anybody I've ever seen. So there's like a high skill ceiling there as well, where like players can be really fucking good at this thing that anybody can get into. And it seems like Balatro is hitting that specific thing, because if you even know basic, I mean, I used to play poker a little bit. I kind of forgot, like, if you asked me what the rules were today, I wouldn't be able to tell you like in any real meaningful detail, because it's been so irrelevant in my current modern life that like there's no real reason for me to commit that to memory. But I know that I could pick that up in like 5 minutes if I really need to, and anybody can really. And so the idea of kind of having something that requires that little of the player to really understand, along with that addictive element, along with that simplicity, along with that high potential high skill ceiling, I think that helps.
Yeah, totally.
That's the thing. It's weird just because I still don't really actually know how to play poker at all. Like the dynamics of because I mean, poker is a multiplayer.
Right. It's a different game.
Yeah. But using those, and you bring up too, like the skill ceiling, just because I remember I jokingly posted on Twitter when I won the first round. I was like, yes, I finally did it. But if you go, I mean, on YouTube, there are people that are scoring hands that are so big that the game puts an E for an exponential multiplier on how big their hands are. I was like, dude, I got 11 million. That's pretty cool. But then there's people that are like quintillion level hands because they've set up their jokers in a way and their deck in a way that is just amazing. They're getting like multipliers out the ass. So it definitely has that quality of like it can really, really scale and be very tough to master.
Yeah. It's a crazy game. I'm glad it's taken off. There's always like one indie game I feel like every year that just sneaks in that's just incredible. It sounds like Balatro, whatever, the Balto is it.
Balto. Yep.
Balto. All right, boys. Let's talk about Silent Hill 2. I decided to replay this game since the remake is supposedly coming out this year, and I had not played Silent Hill 2 since it came out or close to when it came out, so it'd been like 20 years. So I forgot pretty much everything about it, and replaying it. First of all, I replayed the worst version possible, which is the HD collection, because it's the only version I could actually buy on the digital marketplace. I bought it just on Xbox because I could just play it on my Series X. So I played it there. I would recommend the other versions if you have access to them, but if not, like, it's still worth playing. Anyways, Dustin, you played this kind of recently too, didn't you? Like a year ago? I
started it and then I did not finish it. In fact, I didn't get very far at all. I did play Silent Hill 1 to like all the way through.
You finished that, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I can chime in after, but
I'm sure a lot of people know Silent Hill is like regarded as one of the best survival horror games ever. You know, it's a very beloved game. And after replaying it, I think it is still a very, very good game. But some parts of the game that I look for in games, especially these types of games, don't hold up very well. I think from a narrative standpoint, that is like the strength of this game and the atmosphere. The atmosphere is still really good. Like the town of Silent Hill is awesome, and like going through the environments, they're all decrepit and look filthy are really cool. But I think some of the aspects of the game that annoy me are like the combat is. I'm going to compare this to Resident Evil in a lot of ways, just because they are both survival horror games and they are the ones I'm most familiar with. And I just think a lot of the combat in the game is much worse than Silent Hill or Resident Evil in nearly every way. Like the boss encounters in this game are very one dude in an open room and like that's it. It's just like, all right, like, and it's like the same like pyramid head over and over. I'm like, okay, like that's okay, I guess. And the environments, they look really cool, but a lot of them blur together for me. Like the first area you go into is the apartments, which is cool, but there's like 3 floors you go through and a lot of rooms. This game loves locked doors. Like you go in an area, there's like 30 doors to go through and just like half of them are fucking locked. So I'm going through all these doors, just checking to see what's locked, and it gets kind of annoying, but I can't deny the atmosphere in this game still. It's just, the soundtrack is fucking god tier. It's so good, dude. It still holds up so well. It's so unique and somehow fits so well with this game. It's just incredible. But I do I do think the combat is pretty rough, and like the boss fights like are not good. Just shooting a guy in a room, like we were just trading blows back and forth, and like that was all I could really do, it felt like. But I still do really like the game. I had a good time going through it. It's cool because there's a bunch of multiple endings, and I only got one of them. I got the Maria ending, if you're all curious, but there's some really funny endings, especially everyone knows the dog ending. Like just insane that's in the game. That's so cool. But I do like the game a lot. It got me more excited for the remake. I'm nervous about the remake like everyone else is, but I hope it's good. I hope it's good, for God. Please let it be good, because I think it could use a remake. But I definitely think it's worth checking out for survival horror fans, especially. It's one of those games that I finish and I think about the narrative more and more, and I kind of understand it more and more, and I do appreciate that about it. But I think from a gameplay standpoint, it's just kind of rough still. But there's a lot of fun exploration. There's some cool backtracking, at least, that I did appreciate. And like, the puzzles are okay. It's cool about these games is there's like a difficulty for puzzles. You can adjust it if you want at the start. So you can have like easy, normal, or hard puzzles.
Like,
yeah,
like in the original one, it's like that.
Yeah, and Silent Hills, I think, always kind of had that. It's like one of their things, which is cool. Yeah, because you can do like the difficulty, like enemies hit you and ammo and all that stuff, and then
that's strangely forward. That's strangely forward thinking because I feel like I remember the place that I remember seeing that for the first time was one of the more modern Tomb Raider games. I feel like I think had like a slider like that where they had like a separate slider for combat exploration and puzzles. And I remember being like, oh, that's a fucking interesting. That's a really good idea, actually. And I can't believe I didn't realize Silent Hill 2 did that. That's sick.
But yeah, the strength of this game to me is atmosphere and characters. The main character who you play as is James. It's weird because it's a PS2 game and the voice acting is PS2 game in a lot of ways. It's just very rough in a lot of ways, but the writing's still cool and there's a lot to uncover kind of thing, especially like notes and just piecing stuff together, which I think was really interesting. But yeah, I like Silent Hill 2. I don't love it as much as everyone else does, but I do think it's a very good game and definitely worth trying out.
It's tough, Brad, and this will come into another game they'll be talking about, but when you go back and play these older games that are considered like classics, it's tough because you kind of have to put yourself in the shoes of someone playing it at the time.
Right.
But at the same time, despite that, I think that there's still things you're like, yeah, even for the time, some of this stuff wasn't good, but or even stuff that's like, yeah, we can still consider a classic for the time, but like it doesn't mean it's perfect.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's perfect, but it is very good.
In the little bit of time that I played it, I remember the combat being bad. And I also remember like early on, maybe I'm getting Silent Hill 1 confused. There were so many points in Silent Hill 1 that I'm like, dude, I have no fucking clue where to go. I have no idea what to do. And I don't know if I'm just stupid or if I'm not in the older game mindset and I'm not paying attention as well as I should or something.
Right.
But did you feel like, is that something improved in Silent Hill 2 that there's better direction?
I think of like figuring out where to go wasn't that bad. It was pretty chill, but like I missed like a pickup in a closet or something, like a tiny closet in an apartment building with like fucking 30 rooms. And I just didn't know where to go to find it. I had to look it up. So I just like missed some small stuff. You know how like in a Resident Evil game when there's like an important item, sometimes it'll like sparkle or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't really do that in this game. So it was just kind of easy for me to miss stuff. I missed a couple things, but once I found them, I was like, oh yeah, of course kind of thing. But I think like figuring out where to go in general, Dustin, was not super bad. It wasn't like the best, but I was able to figure out where to go and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it was interesting because you didn't really like Remake, right? Resident Evil Remake.
No, I did.
I thought you like you're mixed on it, or like maybe you just didn't think it was good as like one of the best, right?
Yeah, that's I think a game when I play it and think back to it, I like it and I appreciate it for what it did. And dude, I love the mansion. The mansion's so cool.
Yeah,
but those types of games where you have to make sure you pick this thing up. If you don't and you go without it, then you're gonna have to backtrack all this way, and you're already so resource limited that making a mistake like that is like compoundly painful in some ways. And so that's why, dude, and it's again, no disrespect to the original and the remake of Resident Evil 1, but I would love for them to remake that game.
I'm sure they will sometime.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. So, but yeah, cool game. Let's hear from the Uncharted Wolf who wrote in, "Hey Summoners, I'm interested to hear Brad's thoughts on going back to Silent Hill 2. Does playing the original game make you more or less excited for the remake? Is there anything specific in the game that you feel they'll cut out of the remake? Thank you for all the great work." So yeah, I am more excited for the remake because I have context again about it. I don't think they can cut anything out of this game from a storyline perspective. The game is like probably first run through is like 8 or 9 hours, and the replayability, I think there's some unlocks and a couple different things, but I don't think they should cut anything out of this game, especially because people hold the story in such high regard. I think that'd be a massive mistake. And for a game this long, you should not cut anything. Like, think of Resident Evil 3 Remake when they cut shit out of that game. People got fucking furious. So hopefully they don't cut anything out. I think it'd be a bad idea. And I'm really curious about them adding stuff, if that will work out. If they do, I have no idea if they're going to, because it's a delicate thing balancing the characters and the narrative. So I don't know. I just hope they don't cut anything out. I think that'd be a mistake. All right. Let's hear from good old Timothy Tolkien.
That's a good name.
Yeah. I forgot about him.
Good one.
Hey, BDC. I'm a huge fan of survival horror games, but I've never actually played Silent Hill 2. I'm still waiting for the remake. I really hope it will be good, but my expectations are low. But I wanted to ask you about the game that I'm currently playing, and if any of you have tried or at least heard about it before. It's called Signalis, an indie survival horror game with beautiful pixel art with the fixed camera style of retro survival horror games and a really interesting mind-boggling story style of Silent Hill and Alan Wake. If you've played it, I would really want to hear your thoughts about it. And if not, I really recommend y'all at least checking it out. P.S. My friend that loves you, Brad, but isn't... Oh, wait, okay. P.S. My friend that loves you, Brad, but isn't a patron, told me to tell you that you need to get your shit together and play Octopath Traveler 2. Just passing this message along. Thanks for the great content. I'm playing enough shit already, all right? I'm playing...
Yeah.
I'm playing... why the fuck can I not remember what it's called? Pixel RPG. It's just slipped my mind. Came out last year. Fuck.
Is it the Chrono Trigger like one?
Yes. Why can't I?
Sea of Stars.
Sea of Stars. That's it. I'm playing that right now. Leave me alone. All right.
Oh.
I'm already playing an RPG.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've heard Octopath's good. Anyways, Signalis. I have played Signalis. I liked Signalis. I was not as crazy about it as everyone else was. People said it was goaty and all that stuff, and I liked the game, but I didn't feel that way. Same with Huber. Mike Huber did not feel the same way, or he felt the same as I did about the game.
I'm looking on Steam. Overwhelmingly positive. One of the top reviews just says, gay Resident Evil. Thoughts?
Sure. Yeah.
Is it gay?
There's some gay undertones or some gay things, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just, these Steam reviews.
It's a good, I mean, it's a good game, but I just didn't love it as much as everyone else did. That's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's worth checking out if you like survival horror games for sure. All right, boys.
Man.
Yes?
No, because I'm thinking about like what he's saying is about like, because he's waiting for the remake of Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
In the hopes that it's good.
Right.
And I think that's reasonable, honestly. Like if you know that a remake is going to come out of a game that old.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think there's a reason. You have good reason to wait. I would say just wait until the game comes out and see like what the reception is. See if it's a dumpster fire and if or if it's a genuinely great remake, because you don't want to necessarily jump back if you don't have to, because there are certain games where it's like, dude, I genuinely, and I mean this sincerely, I think the Dead Space remake completely
invalidates the original.
It makes the original like purposeless to play, like because it is literally the same thing but better in every way.
Yeah.
And there's really no, if Dead Space Remake was coming out and I wasn't sure about it and I went and played the original Dead Space before it came out and then I found out that the second one is like, it improves on everything, I would have been kind of frustrated, I think, because then I was just like, well, I'm going to go through the same story again, but like it's going to be better. And then it's like twice, you know what I mean? It's like twice the amount of time that you could spend on like so yeah, my advice would be just to, when is it supposed to be out? Like, I don't think
we don't have a date, just sometime this year. My only thing with Timothy here, sweet little Timothy, is that they are a huge fan of survival horror games, apparently. So I think it might be worth investigating just from like, if you're a big fan of the genre, but be aware, like Chris would say, like if you play the remake, you might feel like you wasted time. Depending, the remake could be terrible. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a better experience with the.
That's what I'm
maybe we'll have a better experience with the original, but it might be 1-to-1. I don't know exactly how the remake's going to be or what. Like,
there's no reason to. I would say just that there's no reason to like force yourself to, or there's no time limit. I guess like you're already this late to Silent Hill 2. Like a couple more months isn't going to make that much of a, you know what I mean? So just wait to see what the deal is with this remake. If it's shit, then go play the original, preferably on the original hardware if you can find it, because that remaster is apparently like, I think I saw like a meme a long time ago about like the signs being in like Comic Sans or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, holy
it is.
Yeah, I thought that was an edit for the longest time. I was like, there's no way.
Yep.
Why would that be in there?
I don't know. It's very bizarre. I guess they patched the PS3 version more, but I don't think they patched the Xbox version really.
Yeah,
and like that's the easiest version to play. So it's just like, well, you're fucked.
Yeah, there is, just because I know someone will comment about this, there is a PC fan project called Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition.
Yes.
That is basically goes through and makes things high def, 60 FPS widescreen. It takes the PC version and makes it modern in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You can, there is no legal way to purchase Silent Hill 2 on PC. So that's going to be up to your own ethical standards. I own a copy on PS2, so I personally do not give a single fuck about downloading it on PC. I don't know about you, but that's available, and I've looked into it before, and it looks, I mean, it's probably the best way to play it.
It's definitely the best version. I've heard nothing but great things about it from people, especially like big Silent Hill fans. I just didn't want to bother to download a fucking emulator and try to get this shit working.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
Well, it's not an emulator.
It runs. I'd have to get the game, the PC version of it.
Oh,
I'd have to download that somehow and get that going. Then I have to get this patch going. And I was just like, I'll just pay.
It's some work.
Xbox.
Yeah.
But yes, if you're gonna do it, that's the best way to do it, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, boys. It's time for Sort It Out. On this segment, we just talk about something that's bothering us in the game industry. Game, company, human being, perhaps, in the game industry. Dustin, do you have one?
I have one, but I'm cheating because it's not really about games.
That's okay.
But it's relevant to our gaming sphere now.
That's totally fine.
This is... people are going to be mad about this take.
Oh.
I don't care. Sort It Out, dropping every episode of a TV show all at once.
Oh.
Sort It Out. I've had enough of this. I hate it. I hate the binging life that we're currently in. I find it, okay, here's the thing. However you want to do it is fine. If you want to watch all of them at once, more power to you. From my perspective, when I was seeing Fallout came out Wednesday night and people on Friday were like, I'm all done. It was great. I'm like, dude, it's like 8 hours of this show that you just blitz through. And again, some people enjoy it that way. I personally don't understand it. And what I find so frustrating about when these shows drop all at once is that it doesn't completely kill the conversation around it, but it significantly diminishes it. That you have a friend, you're both watching it. He's on episode 2, you're on episode 5. It's like, well, you can only talk about up to his point. And even then, you don't want to give any spoiler indications. And I just think about back in the olden days of weekly television, which I know that there's some streaming sites that do weekly, and I think that's great. But I always loved and appreciated the conversation around shows and the experience of watching things week to week. When Last of Us was coming out week to week, sometimes I'd have friends over. We would watch it, have dinner together, make it a little event. Or even if it wasn't an event with friends, it felt like a consistent thing for Holly and I. That's like, oh yeah, Sunday night, we're watching this. Whereas with Fallout, even though I don't have to, I feel this need to push and do the binge thing just so I'm able to talk about it with other people that have watched it, that did watch it in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I just hate it. And I get it. The metrics probably are not supportive of week to week, but I think for an ongoing conversation about your show, keeping it in the conversation, and just for the simple enjoyment of it, bring back the weekly, please.
How would you feel about every other day they release an episode?
I would say that is better, but I don't want to commit to every other day necessarily.
Right.
But I guess that would be better. I don't know. I love the week to week and being able to like chew and think on an episode for a bit. And especially with crazy shows that like, I remember when The Leftovers was airing and it was like, holy shit, what's going to happen next week? What are the different theories that I'm coming up with throughout the week? And then the episode has nothing to do with anything you thought. And that can be a good thing too. Or even Game of Thrones to some degree. I mean, I feel like Game of Thrones in particular, that's like the prime example of that show just gaining momentum because people were talking about it every week. And then people could realistically catch up and stuff like that. So I miss that quality of it. I know people like binging shows, but I just think we lost something along the way in order to get that instant gratification. So I don't know. Bring it back.
Yeah. I think I generally agree. I think it's weird because I don't dislike binging. Like I'll sometimes I'll be like, I'm just gonna run through a bunch of episodes of the show, like whatever. But if I lost that option, I don't think it would like bother me. Like it wouldn't be something that I would be like, oh no, I can't binge it. It would be just like, all right, well, they're not doing it. I think Fallout is a weird case though, because it's weird because I think we have two shows actually that we were obviously one's relevant to our industry, but when we were talking about earlier a little bit before the show began and a little bit during, where like Smiling Friends put out one episode of season 2, and that season is going to be dropping like sometime in May. It's almost like a teaser episode for like the rest of the season. And I think that season is going to be week to week. I'm pretty sure, because that's how I remember them doing it last time for season 1. And them dropping one episode like that really allowed like that PS1 character from that episode
Grimbley,
to explode.
Dude. Yeah.
To explode into this meme that was like, if the whole season had dropped at once, I don't know if he would have had that level of impact. And I don't know if as many people would have been paying attention to even what the show was. So there is an element of like, one episode is good because it allows people to chew on it. It allows fan art to be made. It like there's a bunch of like cynical business reasons why that's good too. But I think Fallout is kind of in a weird. There's a weird thing where it's like I would have preferred it to be week to week as well, just because it would have been cool to kind of talk with people about it week to week, and like you said, like avoiding spoilers is kind of annoying because you feel compelled like, oh, well, I have to binge it now because I might see something online later where somebody's just going to spoil it because they've seen the whole thing and what the fuck do they care? And then it's going to ruin my, like, there's this whole thing where it compels you to do something that you otherwise wouldn't want to do. Like I kind of went through, I did 2 episodes a day is what I did for Fallout. And it was a generally good cadence, but it was kind of annoying to have to like avoid certain things on Twitter because I felt like I'm seeing shit that I don't want to see. With Fallout though, because it's a video game show, and because I do think the proof with a video game adaptation kind of is in the pudding as far as like how it's going to end. Because it ended really well and it's got like a really good fucking finale. I think. Because I don't think the first episode of Fallout is necessarily that explosive. Like it's really good. Like it's a good first episode of TV, but it's not necessarily like this explosive thing. And so I feel like this is good for the first season of Fallout. If they're going to do more seasons after this, now that people are into it and they know it's good and they're like super hyped on it, I think going forward, week to week would be better. Not only for like the audience and the viewing perspective, but I would imagine the companies too, because don't you want, I mean, this is again like the cynical reality of like, if you want to keep watching the show, you have to stay subscribed for at least 2 months, because one episode a week is going to cross into at least 2 months. So like, wouldn't there be like a business reason to do that just for that alone? Like, I don't know. That's a unfortunately very cynical way to think about it. But like, I mean, it is weird to me that they did it with the show, but I do hope that maybe it's just like kind of testing the waters, making sure that this video game adaptation is understood that it's good and like everybody knows it and there's no doubts about it and people are like going in with an open mind now, that they can then lean off that lever for future seasons. I don't even think I necessarily mind that model of like your first season's out all at once so people know it's good. And if it is good and if it ends well, go with the weekly. But I would prefer weekly from the start.
Yeah, that's a good point that I hadn't considered, because I'm sure that there is concerns about, okay, well, if we do this weekly, if it's not immediately interesting enough, will people drop off? Even if they enjoyed it, a week goes by and maybe they're like, last episode was pretty good, but I'll watch it later. And then they just never get back to it. Something like that. So there's definitely some power to that. Absolutely. But yeah, Fallout show pretty good though.
Yeah.
I'm kind of at the point where I'm not thinking it's as amazing as a lot of other people think it is, but pretty good. I like it. I'm going to watch all of it.
What episode are you on, out of curiosity? If you can remember.
Either 4. This is not really a spoiler. I went to the episode that has Mr. Handy.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Handy?
Yeah, the robot guy. Mr. Handy from the game.
I was saying Mr. Hanky from South Park.
No, Mr. Hanky is not in Fallout. But yeah, I really loved it. I think largely because it's more impressive to me that they nailed. Like The Last of Us to me kind of was like a layup, because that game is basically a show anyway. Like, so to me, sure. So to me, it's like, oh, they nailed The Last of Us. How, and it's like, yeah, duh. Yeah. I mean, it's not really that difficult. Like Fallout's got like a way harder job, I think. And so the fact that it like turned out as good as it is and it ends really satisfyingly is like a good testament to the team. And I'm glad that shows are being made, or video game adaptations are being made by people who give a shit about the source material or the actual games. It's really cool to see a game series show that isn't embarrassed of the video game that it's based on. It's really sick.
Wouldn't that be nice if some of those people took that advice?
Yeah. Last point I'll say, I know we're going long on one sorted out, but I think it is highly dependent, your thoughts on binging versus weekly, on how much you interact with other people based on your shows. Because I could see if you're like, oh yeah, I just want to watch the show, I don't give a fuck about talking to anybody about it, that the week to week would be insanely annoying. But so I can understand that perspective. But for me, it's all about, not all about, but I love the conversation around shows. I mean, that's why we do podcasts about games and stuff like this, because we love talking about it.
Right. Yeah. Chris, do you got one? Anything this week
for sorted out? I would say kind of I had a couple of options, but since we're kind of already on this topic somewhat, I would say sorted out Konami. Not only just because of the weird dynamic that they have with Silent Hill 2 remakes developers and Bloober Team, and how like there seems to be like this weird adversarial, like almost not like there's something weird going on there that is very, very, very interesting that I don't think a lot of people are talking about in the way that they should. Like the fact that they were like, we're not in charge of this. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're not in charge of the marketing. Sorry about that combat trailer. It's very weird. Sorted out in that regard, but also, with the Fallout show being so big and, seeing a resurgence. I mean, I just started playing New Vegas. Because of it, a lot of people are jumping into the games. There's a huge uptick in 76, monkey paw with that one. But it just shows how incompetent Konami was when they had fucking Castlevania. That show doing so well, and they didn't really do anything with that momentum. There's like 4 seasons of that show,
and there's the other show. There's Nocturne.
Oh yeah, I actually haven't seen Nocturne yet, because my Netflix is fucked, and I can't. I can't because I pay for it, but like my parents use it more than I do. So and it's because they did that password thing. It's not my home console, but like I'm still paying for it because it's just like, my parents like it, and they use it, whatever. I don't need it necessarily. So I haven't seen Nocturne yet. But those first 4 seasons of Castlevania, that first season especially with the 4 short episodes, I loved that show. Like it would just seeing something like that and based on this video game. I remember seeing it on Netflix and with my roommate Sweeney at the time when we were living together, and we were like, oh my God, there's a Castlevania show. You want to watch this? It's going to be fucking terrible. And we ended it. And we were like, this is amazing. We watched the whole thing in like a day. It was like, this is amazing shit. Like, this is so well animated and so well done. The voice acting is fucking superb. And no Castlevania rumblings outside of that at all. Like, we got like I guess a DLC for Dead Cells, but like they're not the sheer,
no real game.
They really missed an opportunity there, I thought.
Yeah,
to
they sure did.
To really capitalize on some kind of this great goodwill and a lot of people really getting into it. And like, who knows whether or not people would have really been interested in playing a modern Castlevania after seeing the show. Like, I don't know, but it's working for Fallout. It worked for The Last of Us as well, because I think there was a huge uptick in sales for The Last of Us when The Last of Us show came out. It just goes to show you that, like, man, you sort it out. Figure
there was
no
synergy there, really.
No synergy at all. Cyberpunk Edge Runners did the same thing.
Yeah,
with their updates for Cyberpunk, and man,
listen, Konami, I'll help you out, okay, Konami. You go to From Software, you give them whatever the fuck they want, okay, and you have them make a Castlevania thing. That's all you got to do. Just get them to make you Castlevania. You'll be golden.
That would be crazy.
That would be, dude. I'm at the Colin in that moment. It's like they're bringing back Castlevania. It's AAA. It's made by From Software.
It's a
what does Colin do in that moment? I mean, is he just
has to
die?
He has to do it. No, he has to play it.
Like, I feel like
he would have to
shoot himself. One of the two.
Yeah, he would lock in, as the kids say.
Yeah, I mean, he played Helldivers, and I never thought he would play that for a long time.
True.
Yeah,
so who knows?
That's crazy.
He's changing. He's evolving. All right, my story now is kind of weird. Mike Ybarra, the former president of Blizzard Entertainment, put out a tweet recently. He said, "I thought about this idea for a while. As a player, since I've been diving into single player games lately, when I beat a game, there are some that just leave me in awe of how amazing the experience was. At the end of the game, I've often thought, I wish I could give these folks another $10 or $20 because it was worth more than my initial $70, and they didn't try to nickel and dime me every second. Games like Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, etc. I know $70 is already a lot, but it's an option at the end of the game, and I wish I had it at times. Some games are that special. I know most will dislike this idea. By the way, I realize we are tired of tipping and everything else, but I view this differently from a pressure to tip type scenario many face and give feedback on. Mike, please, we don't need to tip for video games, man. If you really like the video game, you buy the video game. If you really like it, you buy the deluxe edition of it or whatever. Then you buy the fucking tier above that. Like, Star Wars has like 4 tiers or whatever the fuck's coming out of that game. Outlaws. We don't need to give $10 to them when it's probably not going to even go to the people making the game, actually. It's probably going to go to like some Bobby Kotick shit like that.
Yeah, that's ultimately it.
This is from Mike Ybarra, who was the president of Blizzard, and Blizzard was notoriously known for paying a lower salary than other places. That's why they lost a lot of people to Riot at the time. Just like, Mike, come on, dude. We don't need to do that, dude. We don't. Just buy, if you like the game, buy the DLC or some shit like that comes out or something. The games will give you more reasons to spend money on them if you really want to often. We just don't need them, Mike. It's a bad idea. Stop that. Just stop, Mike.
Yeah, I saw this on Twitter, and I really try to, because there's outrage about a lot of things generally. And so like anytime I see anything that's like a hot topic of discussion or like there's a lot of discourse around something, I try to be as charitable as I possibly can. And I do ultimately think, like, if the industry wasn't set up in the way that it was, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to this idea. Like, because I do think that happened with Helldivers for me, where it's like, I got it for $40. I had so much fun with that game, and I still play it on a weekly basis, that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy one of these fucking what do you call? I don't even know what they're called. Really,
some skin or some shit, some coins.
I put $20 more into it because that, like, oh well, $20 more, that's $60. That's like a full price game back in the day. So like, you know what? I'll throw $20 their way because I did have a good experience with this game. I'm still enjoying it to this day, and you know they're doing a good job, and I do think they deserve it in some level. I think that's a good thought, and I don't even necessarily I don't even necessarily disagree with the notion of, especially for like indie games where it's like, oh, dude, this is fucking great. Bandcamp actually, for anybody who's like a musician or like does any like music stuff, like Bandcamp kind of has a somewhat similar thing where you can set a price for like a song or like an EP, but then people have the option to pay more if they want to. Mm-hmm. And I think that's cool for like indie games. Like people, like for the person who made Balatro, that's probably like a huge deal for some people, or like the Vampire Survivors or Stardew Valley.
Yeah, like 1 dev, 2 dev teams.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a great idea. The issue is that this is just kind of another, like you'll still have in our current environment, you will still have the tip jar. So you'll have the tip jar, and then you'll have like the microtransactions, and then you'll have like the deluxe editions. And then it's just all these different ways for them to profit from you. And it's just like, and it's not actually going to the devs, it's going to the publishers and the people at the top of those publishers, not even the publishers themselves, just like the people at the very top. So you're not even really tipping the people working on the game. You're just kind of tipping the person who decided, yeah, let's put a tip jar in there. And it's like, that's ultimately the problem with it. I feel I appreciate the spirit of what, not because he's the president of Blizzard. He's not
good word or good
he's
work.
Not, yeah, and he's also not. I'm suspicious of where he's coming from purely because he's the president of Blizzard. But I don't necessarily disagree with like the optimistic sentiment there. But it kind of has this air about it where it's like heartwarming story. You see a heartwarming story on the news, and it's like some guy with a broken foot is still biking to work to pay for his medical bills, and it's like that's not a heartwarming story. That's deeply fucked, actually. but so it has that air of like it feels like you're trying to be a little bit like pro the little guy, but like how the system works and how it would benefit you specifically and not that. So I don't know. There's a tinge of weirdness about it. In an alternate reality where we had a more fair kind of distribution system in place, and even for independent devs, I think it would be actually a great idea still, honestly. But
for indie devs, I can see that more. He was listing like AAA games.
That's insane.
Like Horizon Zero. I'm like,
a tip for Horizon, or you're out of your mind.
Like, just buy the DLC if you love the game or something. I don't know. They give you more options.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the boat. Like, you're selling a product. Honestly, I wish kind of tipping didn't really exist at all. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a non-tipper. I tip very well. When I go to restaurants, I tip my barber, stuff like that. But I wish the system wasn't designed that a waiter or a waitress makes less money. So it's a expected.
It's up to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sucks. Just it's like pay someone for a service, and the price is the price. You know what I mean? Right. And don't make it reliant on something that it's like. Well, it's technically optional, but it's not really optional. You know, and it's different because I think about like Twitch or something. It's like Twitch, someone is streaming for free. And so I feel like a tip in that situation is different if you want to show support for something you're getting completely for free. But I mean, that's like Last Stand and Patreon. Some people use Patreon as a tip service. Yeah. And often those Patrons don't do very well. But I mean, I would much rather have a system like what we do. That sounds really lame, but you know, the idea of our Patreon is that it's not a tip. You pay for each tier, you get specific things from it. And is there even a way to tip Last Stand at all?
I don't
think so. I don't think so.
I ask you for all of those questions, Dustin. I expect you to know everything.
I don't know shit, dude. Yeah. There's no way to tip us. And I kind of like that because I just like the idea. It's like, we're giving a product, we're selling a product, and I want your money to go towards a specific thing. That's like Linus Tech Tips, their video podcast. I can't remember what it's called right now, but they don't do tips. The only way you write into the show is if you buy something from their store, even if it's a really cheap thing, because they don't want them to just give them money for nothing. They want it to be in exchange for something. So, it's a long way to explain that this game tipping situation makes no sense to me.
Yeah, because you're talking about like tipping at a restaurant so they can just have a decent wage. It's like, if that comes into AAA gaming, are they just going to get paid less because they're like,
that's ultimately
tips?
Dude, that is the end game.
That's ultimately that's the problem with it existing in the current landscape. or the way things work now. It's just like it would just be used as an excuse to pay people less and then it would be, it's like, hey, well, the onus is on you to make sure that we don't lay people off. And it's like, okay, what, I got to pay like $250 now just so you're out of your fucking mind. And if you think I'm tipping for like for like the next Destiny expansion, you're out of your mind. Yeah. I've already put in the idea that I've even bought these expansions at all is already like way more money than I probably should have put into Destiny in the first place. So no. No.
Let's not go that way, please, game industry. No. Let's not do that. All right, let's hear from the audience. We've got some from Brian Borlaug. Hey, Brad, I got to sort it out about you. Recently on Constellation, you had the goal to say you don't drink coffee and that you don't need it anymore as you've got natural energy. Then in the following summon sign, you brought up that you spilled an energy drink. What the fuck? Sort it out. Either you're some sort of god functioning well without our delicious coffee, or you're a heathen who drinks fucking candy water to get you through the hellscape we call existence. Either way, I appreciate all that you do, but seriously, sort it out. All right, so here's the thing. I haven't had coffee since New York with you, Dustin. Mm-hmm. I don't drink coffee that much anymore. What I do with energy drinks a lot now is when I go to the gym, I'll buy an energy drink and drink about a third of it. Then I'll use it the next time, then the next time. But I had it on Constellation because I was fucking tired that day and I needed a little pick-me-up and I didn't have coffee ready. I still don't drink as much caffeine as I do. I have a Dr. Pepper right here, but I've been sipping on this bad boy for a long time. I like coffee. I just don't drink it that much. That's
Brad, all. You showed a tiny little thread of inconsistency. Of course, the audience is going to pick up on that.
That's true, dude. They sniffed it immediately.
To be fair, it's not as bad as Chris a few weeks ago on Sacred, where he was eating a burger literally as we started, and at the end of the episode, he said he had not eaten all day.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So that is that is one of the funniest things. Like low key, one of the funniest things that has happened on Sacred, and I didn't know until someone commented days later.
I genuinely, awesome. I was so hungry by the end of it that I forgot that I had eaten because I was just like, I'm so hungry. There's no way I've eaten. There's no fucking
There's
way.
No way. Yeah, I get that.
Because I have no appetite as it is. You know what I mean? So like when I'm hungry, it really means something. Like it really it's like, damn, I haven't eaten. So the idea that like I housed this burger, like it was like literally in my mouth at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah,
but yeah, coffee's delicious, man. I don't got anything against coffee. I just don't drink it that much anymore. I think it like makes me feel dehydrated slightly sometimes, or I just can't drink a lot as much. I just can't drink a lot as much as I used to. But it is tasty. I do drink a lot of water. But yeah. You know what? Fuck you. Next episode, I'm going to be pounding coffee and say I don't drink coffee. So get ready.
You did say you have natural. You did say you don't need it anymore because you have natural energy and you do drink energy drinks. So that is
to your
credit. There is something there.
I have cut down rapidly though, or a huge amount.
Right.
I don't drink them as much as anywhere. Like I'm not like fucking it's not like I quit drinking alcohol or some shit, or it's like that extreme. Yeah, it's just not in the mood for it for that week or two.
I can't.
But I'm off the wagon now, so it's all fucked.
Off the wagon.
Yeah, it's all fucked now. You guys got me. All right, this is from Necrom Old Odd Boy. Hey, Summoners, I have a sorted out that I'd especially love Chris's opinion on. Get your shit together, Oddworld. You did 2 back-to-back masterpieces on PS1 with the promise of a 5-part quintology. Well, since then, we've had a couple of trash Game Boy titles, very mediocre Xbox games, and 2 horrible remakes. Where is the gritty goodness of the original 2 games, or was it truly just a lightning in the bottle that Lorne and the team will never capture again? Thanks, and stay odd.
Yeah, man, it's strange. Oddworld, I think, is a very Ghostbusters kind of thing where it could really only exist at the time that it was conceived of. I think a lot of Oddworld really comes down to not only that character design, but also the style in which those first Abe's Exodus and Abe's Odyssey were like that pre-rendered look. Like, I don't think you could do like an Oddworld remake and really capture why that was so strange and interesting. I feel like the only way to do it would be to do that same thing again. Like almost in that style, almost intentionally.
Like PS1 style?
Yeah, almost intentionally strange looking. Because what was odd about Oddworld... Oh, what were you going to say?
What about stop motion?
Oh, like Neverhood or whatever? Like the claymation
if they
game?
can make like a stop motion Oddworld.
Maybe. I just think... I think Oddworld's vibe doesn't lend itself well to modern tropes and modern presentation. I think like I don't necessarily want to see Oddworld fully realized. I want to see that world in the weirdest way possible. And the pre-rendered cutscenes and the pre-rendered look of everything, like it looked good for the time, but it still looked strange, and that worked for it because it's Oddworld. Things looked uncanny. Things looked a little bit off, and things looked a little bit implied. I feel almost the way that I do about. Do you guys know the? Oh my god, the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark books.
Yes, yeah, those covers are horrible.
Yeah, there's art in that in those books that is still really, really fucking captivating to me, and it's largely because a lot of the detail is missing. Like a lot of the faces are like implied, like the outlines kind of like fall off to the point where you're not sure where the character ends and begins, and there's a lot of interpretation there, and I think that lent itself well to like the early pre-rendered graphics in the same way that kind of like Final Fantasy VII, where like you weren't really like, you got the sense that you were in a city, like you got the sense that you were in Midgar, but like you didn't quite know exactly where things were. Like things were kind of like blurry and a little bit out of focus and implied. And I think that really works well for Oddworld and giving that sense of like everything is strange. Like this is all uncomfortable and dude, I loved those original games. And to be honest, like I still love the humor in Munch's Odyssey and Stranger's Wrath as well. But I do kind of lament the idea that like they weren't able to really like truly recapture that same kind of thing. And I think ultimately what they need to do is kind of take a look at why those, like what it was on a spiritual level, like on a feeling level that those games were doing, and try to emulate that as opposed to trying to make it like an Unreal Engine 5, like, tech demo, like, oh, look at how realistic Abe looks. Like, it's not really necessarily, like, I get you want to have a high fidelity and a sexy game, a sexy looking game to like appeal to people and investors and all that. And I get that. But, I think you can have a beautiful looking game that also borrows elements from old. I think about Octopath Traveler when I think of that. Like that game is gorgeous and it looks old. It looks old, but like beautiful and new still. And I think if you could find a way to kind of, not necessarily in that exact style, but like try and do what Octopath Traveler did for that kind of game with an Oddworld game, I think that would be fucking sick. But yeah, I don't know.
Did you play Soulstorm?
I did. And I actually liked it, to be fair, but I just like Oddworld. Like I like that I like that world, and I like that. That's not, I wouldn't recommend that game to people really, because it's really for people who give a shit about Oddworld and really, really like it, and nobody else. Yeah. So it's like it's pretty inaccessible and it's still kind of janky. But I do think I do still feel like as somebody who liked that game, it's like there's something missing in the presentation where like I don't want it to look this pristine in some way. Like I want it to look kind of like smudged and weird and where I'm not sure exactly where things are. And that was part of the disorienting feeling that made Oddworld so impactful to me when I was a kid. And I don't know. It's a shame.
Damn shame.
Damn shame.
Damn shame. All right, this is from Tatman to the Rescue. Hi, Summon Sign crew. I sadly have to say, sort it out to hardcore fans of the gaming industry. I understand that it's frustrating when an online-only game gets shut down, but requiring companies by law to create an offline version of the game will only hurt small developers and potentially stop future amazing games from being made. There is no need to make a law for this that can have unforeseen ramifications. Just vote with your wallet. Ubisoft has done way worse things than taking down a 10-year-old game that only a few dozen people were still playing anyways. What's the context for this?
One of the crew games is getting delisted and removed, and you won't be able to play it even single player. So that's the main context right now.
I think you should be able to play the single player mode at least.
No. That's not what's happening, but
this is what I'm saying to Tatman. Like, I think you should be able to play single player at least, like not online servers or whatever. I totally get that, like setting up races for other people, but games shouldn't be made where they have to be always online for single player for stuff like that. Yeah. And I understand when you're buying this kind of game, you're taking that risk, and I get that, but I just think it's kind of weird practice that we don't really need to accept. I don't think if you have a single player mode, it should have to be online.
Yeah, I agree with this. And it's funny that Tatman brings up how a law requiring an offline version would hurt small developers. Are small developers making online only games like this? I feel like it's just an intentional decision. I mean, particularly you can do it during development, is say, okay, well, this game is primarily focused around online. It will have a single player component. And just from the get-go, we are going to design a version of this that runs offline and make that, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not saying it's free to do that, but I don't think it's out of line to protect customers from, if you buy something, that you have it. And I guess you could make what about true online only games? Because there's games like Lawbreakers or something that people bought and now they have no access to.
Right.
And that sucks also.
That's like a multiplayer game centric, Like, I guess the crew is too, but you could still play the crew, I would guess, without people in your lobby or whatever. You could still drive around and shit, right?
Well, dude, what I noticed, this ties into Suicide Squad to me, because like I couldn't believe, because Suicide Squad is ostensibly a single player game that you can play co-op, but like you need to be connected to the internet at all times.
Yes.
And I couldn't fucking believe that. At the very least, don't make it always online.
It's a strange trend, and I don't really understand, but I don't think it's good.
No, it's bad.
Like online, like a multiplayer game that's online, I totally understand. But if you have a single player mode or whatever in your game, you should at least be able to play that. I don't know.
Yeah. The fact that it's being removed from people's libraries retroactively, because I think I saw that. Is that what's happening, Dustin? Because I heard that, which is crazy if that's true. But
I'm trying to.
I don't want to say anything that's not true, but like I saw.
Well, it's one of those things that
I generally trust saying that.
It may still be in your library, but if they're shutting down the online servers,
you can't.
It doesn't really matter because you can't play even the single player if the servers aren't on. So
you're just downloading the splashed logos at the beginning, basically. At that point.
Oh wait, here, Eurogamer 3 days ago, Ubisoft reportedly revoking the crew from owners' libraries following server shutdown. So yeah. They are removing it, apparently.
That sucks.
It's really fucking stupid. It's insane. There's no justification for it. Multiplayer makes sense. I get it. They can only have some kind of shelf life, and even then, but even if that's the case, don't remove them from the fucking libraries. You know what I mean? Because people have figured out. I think I saw recently, like somebody or a group of people got the original Halo 2 servers working again.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Like I don't think that was like an official Xbox thing. I think it just a bunch of like a ragtag group of people did it.
Yeah, people got Lawbreakers working, I saw.
Yeah, that's pretty recent.
Yeah.
So like at the very least, like, dude, if server upkeep is the biggest problem, right? And it's like you have to dedicate servers to this game. We don't want to do that anymore. It doesn't make us any money. Okay, shut the servers down. If it's a multiplayer only game, but don't like revoke the players' access to it, because like they can still get value out of that. And they can figure something out on their own.
Yeah.
Like, and I know that that's not legal or whatever, but like, I don't know, man. There's a bunch of illegal, like technically streaming games is illegal. You know, we technically aren't allowed to do that. But like, I think the general consensus among the industry is that like, well, we understand that this kind of, there's a symbiotic relationship here. So we're not going to go after people for doing it. And so why can't that be the attitude that's here, where it's like, okay, yeah, you're not technically allowed to like make your own servers for our games after we've delisted them, but whatever.
Yeah,
like
it's weird. I don't know.
It's strange.
Yeah, you got a single player mode in your game, just keep that going at least. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
At the very least. All right, this one's a little strange, but I'm giving it to Johannes here. Greetings from Norway. I'm out here with an unprecedented sorted out and keep it up to none other than myself. We're going to let him gas himself up and hate himself.
I like it.
Yeah. I got to give myself a tremendous keep it up for spending my first 100 hours of gaming in 2024 playing the Mass Effect trilogy, where I, as Commander Shepard, strengthened diplomatic relations between humans. Sorry, how do you say these races? Turian,
and Solarian.
Solarian races. Fuck, I even made a Voldus friend or two. Bro, where's the Krogan love? Krogans are like the coolest fucking thing in those games.
Shepard.
Yeah,
Shepard.
It's awesome.
That was good.
Mass Effect went hard, man. I love those games. A big sense of immersion with deep, fascinating lore. I think all the shit with the genophage and what the fuck is this guy saying? Genophage and whatnot. They explored some truly interesting stuff. Mass Effect 2, of course, is the standout installment. That suicide mission was top fucking tier. Mass Effect 3 fumbled at the goalpost, but hell, what a ride it was. And I gotta sort myself out big time because now I've gone to Resident Evil 2 remake as my next game, and I keep turning the game off like an absolute asshole because it's too scary. What the fuck do I do? Can I play the game with the lights on with my sense of horror intact? The game seems so damn good, so I want to keep up with it too. You know? Anyways, appreciate you guys' content. Okay, well, congrats on beating Mass Effect, the trilogy, first of all. That is a big daunting task. I never even played the third game, and I don't know if I ever will.
I never played the first one.
It's so weird. I didn't like the first one, but a lot of people liked the first one.
I didn't like the first one at the time because I remember at the time I played it, it played very... I didn't really like... I wasn't really deep into video games at that age. Like I just kind of played them very, very surface level. Many of them I didn't finish. I think I had ADHD at the time, and then my parents just refused to do anything about it. But I remember playing at the same time the original Mass Effect and Gears of War and thinking, why the fuck would I play Mass Effect? Gears of War plays so much better, and it feels so much better to move around and shoot. Because in my head, I was like, they're both third-person shooters.
Yeah,
and Mass Effect is janky and fucked in that regard.
You just put it together.
Yeah, I didn't have it in my mind that like studios were going into game design with like different goals in my, like, it just wasn't. I wasn't thinking about that stuff. I was still like really enamored with like the magic of video games pretty late into my life. But I started the Legendary. I started like Mass Effect 1 on the Legendary Edition when it came out somewhat recently, and then I fucked myself because I walked into like a room that I wasn't supposed to, like I wasn't allowed in there. And then they took it as like a threat. And then they all started shooting at me, and then I had to fight them. And then like my last save was like hours ago. And so I was like, oh no, I've got to redo like that entire chunk of game just to get to this point to undo this mess. Because I wasn't paying attention. I was like listening to music or something. I totally ruined it. So I definitely got to get back to that because I do want to just finish off the first one just to, for the sake of the fact that I've finished 2 and 3. It just feels weird that I haven't finished the first one.
Chris, it's funny, your story. I did that in the Outer Worlds. I accidentally like aggroed this town or like the main town, like the guards. And I had to kill all of them. And that was just my game. I just was a mass murderer at that point. I was like, well, it's too fucking late now. So we're just going to roll with it.
Yeah.
And I tried to kill NPCs in Starfield, but they just wouldn't fucking die. And I was like, this game sucks. How do you do that? Anyways, Resident Evil 2, man. So if you're a big scaredy cat, you can play with the lights on. That could help. You should take small steps. You want to be scared, though. That's part of the fun of the whole game. You want to feel that pressure. Maybe pull a call and listen to a podcast. I don't know. I think that's madness.
That's madness, yeah.
I don't know, man. Play in the daytime, maybe.
Daytime, lights on, and don't use headphones.
Yeah.
You know?
And once you start getting a little courage, start taking those things away one at a time. Or maybe do one of the characters' campaigns normally, like the lights on and all that stuff. Then the second character, you get real crazy. You turn the lights off, shut the doors, put the headphones on, That's how you do it.
It's funny because I don't even consider Resident Evil 2 to be that scary. Like,
It's
I
probably
would
Mr.
say,
X. Is what freaks people out the most.
he's more just anxiety inducing. Like, if
Yeah.
you feel him coming behind
Yeah.
you, I feel like
stepping.
Resident Evil 7 is probably the actual scariest one.
The beginning of the
Really?
game, yeah.
Just in general, I feel like. But
Mm.
8 has the scariest section though.
Oh, the house.
Yeah.
The
Dollhouse.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
yeah, I'm on stream, immortalized, screaming my ass off at that section because it came out of fucking nowhere. But
The baby.
Yeah, two, I remember being tense enough to get me scared. Not like dreadfully scared, but like there's an anxiety, there's an anxious tension there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is
It's
cool,
really good.
you know?
And you play with headphones. It's a different. Headphones are a really transformative experience for horror games. Like to a degree that I didn't even think was possible before.
It's mandatory.
Yeah, because I remember being like, "What's so scary about this?" And then you play with headphones, and you're like, "Oh,
Yeah, you cut off all outside noise.
yeah." It's like
Playing
sensory
VR
deprivation
too if you
camp.
want to get real freaked out. Like Village, Dustin and I've played like several times, and I played in VR and I was still creeped out. Just walking through the castle and shit and hearing Lady D walking around or some shit.
Yeah.
It goes when she like sees you. I was like, oh fuck.
You're scared and aroused.
Yes.
You're scaroused.
Scaroused, that's right. All right, before we get into Keep It Up, just thought of a random thought. I wonder what you guys think about this. My brother's coming into town,
Oh,
and my parents bought us tickets to go see a live stage performance of Beetlejuice.
whoa.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So is it the Broadway play, or is it like
it's like at the Segerstrom Center of Arts or something. I think that's what it's called.
Oh wow.
But yeah, it's like a big place. But I was like, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
I wonder if it's the stage show. or
Oh
if it's-
yeah, maybe. Was it a
Because-
stage
because-
show?
There's a state, dude. Honest, I don't know. Man. I'm weird though because for whatever reason I actually like kind of like musicals, but that's a good show.
Okay.
Like the Beetlejuice show is a fun time. Sincerely,
Okay, dude. You got me more hyped on it.
if it's the one, if it's I don't know if it's like a high school play or something.
Yeah, I
what
don't know. Like
Yeah.
it's like a big theater. It's not like a tiny thing. It's like a big,
No,
big thing. Yeah, where like a lot of legit stuff goes.
Cool.
But yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? But all right.
I have not even really seen the Beetlejuice movie because
What?
it's just been on at like Halloween parties over the years.
Oh, okay.
But I have seen the Beetlejuice cartoon.
Oh yeah, I used to love that show, dude.
Yeah. And that's
That is
about it.
crazy. you've seen the cartoon, but not the
Oh yeah.
movie.
Yeah. I'm trying to
Where
remember.
where did you see the cartoon even? Because like I only remember.
Nickelodeon.
I remember it was on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I think so for
Was
me
it?
at least.
Let's see. Beetlejuice
Dude,
cartoon.
Chris is having
I just have such a distinct memory because this is because we were talking about Puerto Rico earlier. My most vivid memory was watching Beetlejuice in Spanish on TV in Puerto Rico, and I thought,
Whoa.
and I remember thinking, wow, it's so weird that Puerto Rico has a Beetlejuice cartoon because I've never seen it ever.
Let's see. It
That's
was
awesome.
on ABC and it was on Fox Kids
Okay.
from 1989 to
Oh.
1991. So we were watching
Reruns.
I mean, I was watching a
Reruns.
rerun.
Yeah.
What I don't know what channel the reruns were on, but
I thought it was
I got no
Nickelodeon,
fucking
but
idea.
I could be wrong.
might have been.
It's fucking wild. And there's a new Beetlejuice movie coming out in like September. A sequel with Michael
Yeah,
Keaton and
with
Winona
Michael
Ryder.
Keaton. Yeah, I'm really. I
I'm
don't
hopeful.
I don't like that we're doing this whole thing where we're going back and ostensibly molesting old movies for profit. But
that's a,
and I use
that's a statement for sure.
well, I used to. I don't mean like sexually. I just mean like literally the definition, like bothering these movies.
I know.
Like
Just
yeah.
most people use that word in a
I know.
sexual way.
I know. That's why I used it. To be fair, but I do think like what gives me hope is that it is Michael Keaton, it is Winona Ryder, and they didn't drop the ball on the title.
Right.
Because it's called Beetlejuice, which is exactly perfect. It didn't go like Beetlejuice 2 or like what is that? The Now You See Me sequel wasn't Now You Don't.
Yeah.
What a waste. What a waste. So I don't know. We'll see.
What a waste. Yeah, Beetlejuice is really good. And if they do a third one, you just do Beetlejuice.
Exactly.
It's fucking wild times, dude. Can't believe that shit's coming back. All right. Keep it up. This segment we just talked about stuff we're pleased with in the gaming industry. The exact opposite is sorted out. Dustin, let's start with you again.
My keep it up. Honestly, I can't even. This might have been a keep it up of mine already at some point.
That's all right. Yeah.
I've already lost track. But keep it up Steam Deck because I've been using mine a ton lately. And I know that people have asked me about this specifically, like, was the Steam Deck OLED worth the upgrade? And the answer now is resoundingly yes. I use it so much more. There's no feeling of compromise on the screen itself. And it's a 90 hertz refresh rate. And dude, what I've got going on right now, it's perfect. I'm playing Chrono Trigger on it, which we're going to talk about shortly. And that's a really good experience. And then I have the dock. So when I play Balatro, I can either play on the dock if I want to chill out. I can pick it up, unplug it, take it anywhere I want. And it's, dude, the Steam Cloud Sync. So it's just automatically ready to go on my PC. It's just the Steam Deck is amazing, especially if you use it the right way. In addition, also, dude, streaming games from my PC to my Steam Deck works flawlessly. We've talked about streaming your PlayStation to it, works flawless. Well, not flawlessly, but pretty damn close. Sometimes it gets a little fucky, but very rarely. It's just if you buy it with the right intentions, you know, it's as far as like playing new releases in AAA games. You're probably not going to have a great time unless you're cool with 30 FPS and low quality. Yeah. But using it for games like Chrono Trigger, Balatro, emulation, streaming, it's just it really is an awesome device. And I'm more and more appreciating the OLED version. So keep it up, Steam Deck.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think I'll get a Steam Deck, Dustin, once they do like the new versions of them. Like, adjust the form factor. And it's just like a little too big for me right now, I think. It's very bulky, I guess. But I'm sure it's something you just get used to. I just want to wait a little bit.
I love how bulky it is, personally.
I was going to ask you about that, Chris, because you always talk about playing it in bed. Yeah. And when I play mine in bed, my arms fall asleep. So maybe I need to like sit up more or something. I don't have the right like pillow situation.
Yeah, I do sit up a little bit. Like I have like two pillows behind me, and then usually like for whatever reason playing games in my, I think it might be like a nostalgic thing too, but like because I remember I used to fall asleep to playing like Super Mario 64 DS on my DS like under the covers, and
hell yeah.
There's a sense of like calming that happens when I'm playing video games in bed, like on a handheld. So like I generally just like sit up with two pillows behind me, and I play, and then I just generally eventually just get lulled into sleep, and then I just pass out. But I have had my arms like when I'm trying to like lay down, I've had my arms fall asleep, and I remember thinking it freaked me out at first because I was like, is this a condition? Like, am I
Are you
dying?
Having a stroke? Yeah.
Like, I thought I was dying because I don't remember that ever happening to me ever. Before, but I think it's just a matter of like how heavy it is and the angle and so there is there's that. I was actually it's somewhat redundant because there was actually like my only like I had a bunch of sorted outs, but I only had one keep it up, and that was going to be my Steam Deck.
That's nice. Keep them both up.
Because dude, like I have to say, I was a total non-believer in this thing for a while because I was just like I don't know, I'm not really a handheld person. I don't really love handheld games really. Like there's really a handful of them that I really, really love and enjoy. And this thing's totally changed my perspective on like everything. Like it's shifted my perspective on game streaming because I've been streaming. Dude, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on it. I've been playing Bioshock on it. I've been playing. I've played Helldivers on it, like natively and streaming it from my PC, and it's it works. Like obviously playing it locally is you have to make some compromises, but like I've been streaming a lot of modern, like high quality, like games on it with barely any noticeable compromise at all. And it's the highest compliment that I can pay to a device like that, because I really sincerely did not believe that would be possible, or that I would think that was true. Like playing Helldivers at 60 frames with compromising no visual fidelity at all on a Steam Deck, just because the streaming works so fucking well, is a wild experience. And it feels impossible.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely keep it up. I lucked out because I got my Steam Deck from a fan who just who happened upon an extra one, and he was like, "Hey, I heard you've been curious about it." So I did get it for free. So from that part, it's definitely blowing my mind. But I definitely am in the consideration now of like, man, if there is like another generation after this OLED, or like maybe even the next one, I'm definitely all in on that thing, because it's made me a believer.
Damn. All right, dude. That's what I like to hear. If Sony and Microsoft do handhelds, I imagine they'll just have to do it just like this, just their own version that works with their library. It seems like the safest bet, in my opinion.
Yeah. The only issue so far, the only real problem with it is that there's no way to stream. Well, I'm sure there's a way to do Xbox stuff. But
it's a little more.
It's not as easy as like the Chiaki for deck thing for PlayStation, or at least that I've seen. Like, I've looked at it, but it's like, it doesn't seem like it's really but a lot of Xbox games are on PC anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, that's true. What was I gonna say? Oh, keep it up. Two things, okay? So the first thing is breaking news. This is a rumor, by the way. This is a big keep it up if it's true. This is from Wario64. Keanu Reeves is voicing Shadow in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Dude, Keely tweeted this. Also, I think it's confirmed now.
Okay.
It started, it was like the rumor came out and then it was just confirmed.
Dude, okay. That is fantastic casting. Well done.
You saw the first one because you did an Easy Allies thing. Oh, you've seen both?
Yeah.
As a Sonic hater?
They're fine.
I feel like I need to watch both of them for Keanu now. For the third one.
Sure. Yeah.
Am I in on it that much?
They're fine. They're like whatever. Did you like the Mario movie?
Yeah, I thought it was good.
I think they're worse than the Mario movie, but
well,
they're okay. They're worth. Yeah. You should just watch it, just out of curiosity. It's fucking weird, man. Just watch it. They're fucking weird, dude.
Sounds good.
But yeah, that's a big keep it up, dude.
Yeah,
I love Keanu just popping up in the video game industry in very strange ways. Way to go, bud. Dude, fucking Johnny Silverhand, dude. Keep it up, Johnny Silverhand. I miss you, dude. You're so sick.
Miss you, Johnny.
Sokka scum. So good, dude.
It's that character, by the way, is completely ruined for not ruined really, but like there was that meme going around where it would just it would interrupt. It would be like sequences of Keanu Reeves in the game, and then they would interrupt him and smash cut to like the theme song of Cyberpunk.
You're right.
And it would be like, if I want your body, I'll fuck it, and then it would blast the music.
No. Yeah,
that's all I think about when I think of Johnny Silverhand now.
Did you finish Cyberpunk, Chris?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually got to the very last part of Phantom Liberty, and then for some reason I was like, I'm gonna Google this. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Because at the end of the game, you have some hard choices to make.
Yeah, I think that's
about that.
Yeah, I just
mine.
I don't know. I just kind of wanted to see.
Mine was depressing. I was like, oh, shit.
It's all depressing. Cyberpunk is the most depressing. I think that's what it was. I was like, I don't know if I'm in a good spot to be feeling these things right now. So I'm gonna put this off. But I loved Cyberpunk. I thought it cool. I thought it was great even when it. I thought it was great even when it came out all fucked, because I had the weird lucky experience of just not having. It didn't crash for me. It didn't bug out for me at all. Yeah. It didn't look as nice for sure, but
no. I played on PC too. I had some hurdles, but I still enjoyed the game when it was all said and done.
Yeah, it's good character work, man.
Oh my god, yeah. All right, this is from Ace. Hello, LSM boys. I wanted to give a shout out to Brad and the LSM crew. Y'all provide endless comfort and laughter, which helps us through dark times. Now, for my keep it up. Keep it up, South Korean game devs. I have finally gotten around to playing Lies of P and am currently working on the plat. With Stellar Blade coming out in a few weeks and looking to be a hell of a fun time, I just want to give it a huge keep it up to round 8 and shift up. Can't wait to see what's next for the world of Lies of P, and Stellar Blade can't come soon enough. Much love, Ace. Yeah, Lies of P is a great game. Much better game than I thought probably everyone thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Especially when we were like, oh, it's Pinocchio Souls? What the fuck? And you play the game, you're like, oh, okay, this game's actually really good. And we're getting DLC for that, which is great. And yeah, Stellar Blade, I was really happy with the demo. So that comes out soon, dude, like next Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
coming up.
This Friday is the 16 DLC, which I'm going to play. Then I get that the next week, dude. It's a good time, man.
Yeah, Lies of P, where does it take us next? I heard a leak recently you fight Bob Iger. You know, after the spoilers, the Walt Disney fight at the end, they're like, okay, we got to bring it into modern times. Bob Iger, he's 73, but man, he hits hard.
What was that? I was going to say, you fight that Pixar guy that got outed as being like a sexual harassment guy or something.
John Lasseter?
John Lasseter.
You take him out.
Crazy. Final boss is it's Harvey Weinstein in his wheelchair.
Yeah.
Fight through HR departments. Oh man. That'd be so good. All right. This is from Alex Dies Twice. Hello, summoners. Gotta give a keep it up for Game Pass. Despite what people like Colin and the write-ins from last week think, a barrier of entry, even if it's small, can stop people from trying the game. Game Pass has allowed my group of friends and me to get into some games we never would have if we wasn't available for us, and has provided great games day one like Persona or Lies of P, Persona 3 Reload, and A Plague Tale Requiem, among others. At the end of the day, with the greedy practices of the game industry, we should worry more about getting a better deal on games than worrying about how much money the multi-million-dollar companies are making. Cheers.
Phil Spencer alt account?
Yeah, nice alt account, Phil. We see you, dude. I think there's some truth to this, and the Game Pass is a double-edged sword, in my opinion, because it's awesome deal. And I have heard Colin say this, and I agree with him. Like, if you play on Xbox and you don't have Game Pass, you're missing out. You're almost a fool not to get it because it is such a good deal. But at the same time, we see games not selling on Xbox because a lot of it is people don't want to buy games. Like the last week, this guy was talking about he wanted to play Helldivers with his friends, and none of them would get it because it's not a subscription thing. So stuff like that does happen. But yes, it's double-edged sword. There's pros and cons to it. So, I mean, I like having options, and I think that's great. But yeah, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's cool. I like. I can definitely attest to that. Where like there are definitely games that I've played as a result of Game Pass that I definitely wouldn't have bothered with. I think Sea of Stars is one of those. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Sea of Stars was on it. Yakuza Like a Dragon was another one that I ended up really, really, really liking. And no shot in a million years I would have even bothered. And I think, am I crazy or was Lies of P?
It was.
No,
it was day one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Lies of P, I was a lot more curious about. I probably would have gotten into that eventually, but the fact that it was free the day it came out gave me no reason not to try it.
Yeah,
so like I do think there is a splash effect, both negatively and positively, in the sense that like it is definitely damaging people's perception of value in some sense, where people are less willing to buy games as a result of just the subscription model, which is not just Xbox's fault, to be fair, but it's definitely exacerbated on that platform. But there is also a splash damage effect where there is like my personal tastes and personal game choices have been blown wide the fuck open as a result of just having access to these titles in a way that I didn't have before. Not that I couldn't just buy these now, thankfully. I'm in a good position, but at the same time, like there's no reason to throw money away still. So having that is really fucking cool. Like there's I really don't know if I would have even bothered trying Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth if not for the fact that like I had jumped into Yakuza and liked it and tried all these different things as a result. It's like, oh, well, maybe there is something there that, you know, so I credit Game Pass for a lot of things, but yeah, there's definitely, it's definitely a get it while you can, because this is limited in how this is. I don't think Game Pass is going to be around in like 20 years or like 10 years even. Like I think
it's hard to say.
They're in a situation kind of like where the delivery apps are, where like you know, Postmates and Grubhub, where like they're still not profitable and it's impossible for them to make money.
I didn't know that.
So yeah. There was like a whole thing that came out like a couple of weeks ago about it, where it's like, yeah, they're still trying to figure out how to make money on this thing, and it's because it makes no fucking sense financially. Like we're getting, even as expensive as those delivery apps are, like we're getting away with murder with like what we're actually getting in return for it, and they're not going to be around for much longer, I think, unless somebody steps in and completely fucks with it.
How do you guys feel about this end bit about at the end of the day, with the greedy practices of game industry, we should worry more about getting a better deal than worrying about how much money the $1 million companies are making. I think that's missing a lot in the middle. Like, insanely reductive.
I think your average person probably doesn't need to worry about that stuff. Like, you got your own shit going on, but like, I think as enthusiasts, as people who kind of care about the industry, it does somewhat behoove us to pay attention to the health of it. It's not that I have like a vested interest in like any given company. Like I could give a fuck less, but you know, if we want to keep getting great games, then it behooves us to voice, you know, to voice in favor of things that would avoid a race to the bottom, I guess, in some way. Like we don't want to end up in a Apple arcade kind of ecosystem on console or on PC, and some would argue that we're already kind of in there.
Right.
And so, like, I mean, I get what he's saying. Like, it is not your responsibility. And I don't even really begrudge people. I don't begrudge people for feeling that way. But, you know, if we want to keep getting great games, we have to be willing to pay for them. And that's just the nature of the game. There is a lot of restructuring that needs to happen at big companies, too, for sure, who are just like, these companies can't afford to pay people more. They can. Like, they just objectively can. And that is something that should also be restructured and looked at. But it's not a zero set. Like, it's, I think both the consumers and the producers of the content that we consume both need to shape up.
Yeah. And it's like, even if they put their games on Game Pass or whatever, which is great, they still need people to buy games regardless. Right. Like, that's why they give you the option to buy the game. That's why they're starting to put their games on other platforms too. They need people to buy their games to support them.
Right.
But I think it's cool. Like, if there's a subscription thing, that's great. Like, that's what I'm going to do for Star Wars Outlaws. I'm just going to do like that $18 thing and just fucking play it all day in a month and be done with it. Cause I don't know. You get like everything in that version too. Like all the exclusive content, like the Jabba the Hutt mission. Instead of having to pay $100, I can just pay $18 and just beat it. And that's it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a weird thing, and it's a delicate balance, and we'll see how things evolve. Thank you for writing it, Alex. All right. It's from Jared R. Hey guys, I want to give huge keep it up to Jonathan Nolan. The Fallout television series was fantastic work, and not just adapting a game, but trying all of its lore and expanding upon it in a beautifully and wholly additive way that makes the series feel like it's essentially Fallout 5, rather than a simple translation to the small screen. Between this, Westworld, and Batman, the man is the king of loving and thoughtful adaptations. I hope he ventures into games again at some point in the future, because at this point, he's the only one I trusted to touch the likes of Bioshock, Red Dead, or Half-Life. I didn't know he did Batman too. That's cool.
I don't know about that.
He was a writer on Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's a solid background. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think what helps really is just having people who care and are passionate, and that's really what the differentiating factor is, and also just working with the people who created the fucking thing.
Yeah,
that would also help.
Todd Howard was on set a lot and stuff like that, so
yeah,
Todd Howard being there makes guidance.
Todd Howard there makes a huge difference. The director, like literally, or this guy talking specifically about how, like, yeah, I played Fallout 3 and I fucking loved it, and it just captured my imagination. And I wanted to do this. I was excited to do this. You know, that's a stark difference from, you know, what you saw with the Halo show, where they were like, yeah, we didn't look at the games really.
Yeah, you're right, dude.
And it's like, well, it's a lesson in just passion and care, and the level of care that went into Fallout is like objectively high.
Yeah.
And you can feel it, like it bleeds through. It's infectious. There's an infectious positivity in it, where like, wow, they are having so much fun with this. You can't help but like it. It's just like a really affable. It's like an affable friend, where like it's just like, wow, it's just like I love this guy being around. And
that's true.
As far as him going to like Bioshock or Red Dead, like I don't think you could just take one person and transmit them to something else. Like they have to, if he loves Bioshock as much as he loves Fallout, sure, I guess. But you'd have to find that equivalent. You'd have to find somebody who is talented in the industry, who has a proven record, and who also just happens to like be like, dude, I played Bioshock in fucking 10th grade or whatever, and I transformed my life. I loved it. Working with somebody like Ken Levine to even make something like that even remotely interesting. I would argue that Bioshock probably couldn't be made into a show, or at least not the story of Bioshock. Maybe you could have
Bioshock 1, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe you could do the Fall of Rapture as the story or something like that.
Yeah, I've said before on the show, on Sacred or elsewhere, that like a Gangs of New York style show in like Rapture before the Fall would be fucking sick.
Yeah, it would be cool.
If they wanted to go that route. That would be the only real way to adapt Bioshock, I think, because the Bioshock 1 really, really relies on the fact that it's a video game. So, but yeah, like I think it's just passionate, creative, talented people working with the people who had a lot to do with the success of the thing in the first place. That is the formula for success that we're seeing time and time again with these things.
Yeah,
so
totally. All right, guys, let's move on to our next game. Dustin, my friend, you're playing Chrono Trigger.
That's right.
I love this game. I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. Is this your first time playing it?
First time. Yep.
Okay, cool. Tell me about it.
So yeah, this is a game. This is one of my gaming sin games, especially as a JRPG anime fan. And I've always said that I was going to play it. I never did. And then I made a proclamation that when Akira Toriyama passed, that I was like, okay, I gotta do it for him. I gotta play Chrono Trigger. And so I thought, you know what? Now's finally the time. I am playing it on Steam Deck, which for everyone out there, the PC version was incredibly bad at launch. It had like the shitty font, and it also had this gross smoothing filter on it. They've changed the font. You have the option to turn off the smoothing filter. And from what I can tell, as someone, I mean, I have the original on Super Nintendo and not really played that version. From what I can tell, it's a very good version. It has an auto battle mode, which just automatically does basic attacks. So for common encounters, you can run that, and that's very nice. But yeah, it's been really nice on the Switch OLED in particular. So this game, though, I'm over 3 hours in. I'm like 3 or 4 hours in.
Okay.
And so how long is this game, Brad? Is it like what? 20?
20 hours.
20 hours?
20,
okay.
like
So,
that. Yeah.
So a decent little chunk into it. And I was saying earlier, Brad, you were talking about Silent Hill 2 and kind of putting yourself into the mindset of an older game. And the nice part so far about Chrono Trigger is that I've only had to do that a little bit. It still feels, I don't want to say it feels modern, but it doesn't have a lot of like the archaic, annoying stuff of older games where you're just like, oh man, I got to deal with this. They don't do this anymore. And so, but yeah, the thing that's sticking out to me the most, and I kind of expected this, is that even though it is tiny sprite characters and light on dialogue, there is some really fun and unique characters in this game. I've only experienced the frog character a little bit.
Frog, yes.
I love that his name is just Frog, too.
It's just Frog.
You can, it's like, classic RPG where you can rename him if you want, but I'm keeping the canon name Frog. Also, shout out to Robo.
Dude, I love Robo too. Yeah.
Robo's cool. He from the very beginning has like this interesting character arc when you discover, I guess not an arc, but introduction to his character when you first add him to your party. But yeah, I love that this game, the primary shtick of it, I guess, is it's kind of a Back to the Future-esque, where you're going through time and there are things that happen in the past that because time has been meddled with, like someone ends up disappearing. So you got to make sure that the sequence of events that originally happened work out so this person continues to exist. And then as you go into the future, you discover that there's way more catastrophic things that have happened. And so you and the team need to figure out how to go and reverse the course of history in order to save the future. So, but yeah, the Akira Toriyama, it's interesting in that obviously he designed the characters and stuff. It feels distinctly like his art, but it's also very much feels like a Final Fantasy game since it is Square Enix. And he did the character portraits look really nice too, even in the Super Nintendo style. But the thing that I really appreciate is any concern I have going into an old RPG is like dealing with really annoying grinding or a part that's like way too hard. And overall, I'm finding this game to be the absolute perfect level of difficulty, where I have died a few times at boss encounters because I didn't understand like a certain
mechanic or something.
Like there was one boss where he does this certain stance, and if you attack him during that stance, he does this really powerful move. And so if you just wait and don't attack him while he's stand a certain way, then it becomes much easier. There was one really annoying thing that happened to me today when I was playing before we started recording, where you get to this point. I guess this is very light spoilers for a very old game that has never really been remade. So if that bothers you, move on. But you get to this point where you're kind of I think it's the end of time. And so there's all these different portals where you can go to specific points in time.
Yep.
And there's this guy there that's supposed to be your, like, if you don't really know what to do in the story, you can go talk to him and he'll tell you where to go. But because I just discovered him, all he says is like, you can come to me to figure out where to go. So when I look, there's a new portal to go to. It's like 6000 BC where all the dinosaurs are. So I'm fighting dinosaurs. I go to the top of this mountain thing. It feels a little extra difficult, which started to make me worried that I wasn't supposed to be there yet. I get to the top of the mountain. There's literally nothing there. And I'm so confused because I thought, well, this is the only open area that's new. So surely this is the new place I'm supposed to go to. And so I searched on Google Chrono Trigger Lost where to go. And I found like an old GameFAQs forum post where someone was lost in the exact same section I am.
Awesome.
And the first reply said, yes, this is a common area where first-time players get lost. And this is what you need to do instead. It's like, man, I'm glad that I survived through it. And now my characters are probably, powered up, leveled up a little bit for the next few sections. So I won't have to grind that out. But I probably spent 30 to 45 minutes in this area that I wasn't really supposed to be at yet. And I would have no idea what to do if I didn't have the internet now to figure that out, as opposed to the time. So it definitely has a few of those old trappings of old games where you really have to pay attention to make sure you're listening to what everyone says about what to do next, because there is no quest section that says, hey, this is the next thing you're supposed to do. And so far I've been fine and conscious of that. But in this particular moment, because there was a new portal open, I'm like, oh, well, surely this is it. It's like, no, you got to go to this other section first. But yeah, the combat is really cool too, in that it is active time based, kind of like Final Fantasy VI, where you have a little progress bar that loads up before you can attack. But there's kind of a I don't even know if it's really risk reward, but the special moves in this game. So you have characters have their individual special moves or their magic attacks, but they also have combo attacks. And so in order to do the combo attacks, both of those characters need to have their like weight meter fully.
Yeah, their ATB gauge or whatever.
Their ATB gauge fully up. And then you can do these combo moves, which is really cool. Some of them are really fun. Yeah, cross slash. There's one where there's the I can't remember the character's name. The girl that is like the mechanic girl. Luca. So Luca, she has a flamethrower. And so she like shoots the robot guy with her flamethrower and like powers up his arm, and he does this giant flame punch that's really cool. And so discovering and unlocking those different combo moves, it reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth combo moves in a way that the dual attacks.
Final Fantasy definitely took that from Chrono Trigger.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I'm having a good time with it so far. I am yet to discover what makes this game an all-time classic yet, but I'm in no way like, oh, it's overrated yet. I'm way too early to call any judgment shots on that. But so far, it's been a pleasant, fun little experience and very well paced as well.
I think, to me, a big strength of Chrono Trigger is its simplicity, Dustin.
Yeah.
Like, the combat system's not overly complicated. Like, you pretty much described the entire combat system for the whole game, and it's always like that. You don't need to grind at all in this game to progress. You can just keep going easily. There's not a lot of side quests. They come like much later in the game. There's only like some, but they're worth it. But yeah, it's just like a much more simple, straightforward kind of game. And it just works really well in how it all adds up. And there's like a ton of different endings and stuff like that too. So I'm curious what you'll get.
There was this one part that I thought was really cool, despite being so random, where you're in the future and through a series of events, you get this like race car thing in the future, and this guy shows up and he's like, hey, if you want to get across, you got to race me. And then it uses the Super Nintendo like 3D chip effects, and you're like doing this race car thing, and it's 3D or it's like, Super Nintendo 3D, and it's just this random part. And it kind of reminded me of again, like Rebirth, like the motorcycle guy that randomly shows up and is like, you got to fight me now. And it's like, oh, that's this game's, it's that guy only in this game. So, but I'm very excited to see Frog again. Everyone loves this character. Yeah, some Frog, people say they're it's their favorite character of all time. He only showed up briefly. Obviously he's going to come back at some point. I'm very curious how. Yeah. But yeah, Brad, I know this is one of your favorite games. What about it makes it one of your favorites?
I don't want to say everything for you, though. Okay. I like the characters a lot in the game when you like learn more about them and all that stuff too. I think the music is fucking god tier music. Some of the best shit around, period. And it's a more whimsical kind of RPG, I would say. It's brisk, gets to the point, and it's got a light kind of Dragon Quest-esque feeling to it that I very much appreciate.
Yeah, the music, it's amazing what developers were able to do with the Super Nintendo. Like the sound on it. Obviously, it's very primitive compared to now, but some of these, the basic town music is awesome. Some of the more spooky tracks are very like really good tone setting music. And I'm trying to look the composer of this. He also did Xenogears.
He did I'm gonna look at all this shit right now. Hold on.
He has an extensive list.
He's done a fuck ton. He did I think he worked on Sea of Stars actually.
Oh right, yeah, he did. He did the music for Sea of Stars. This is what's his name here? Yasunori Mitsuda.
Yeah. I was like, I knew it's Yasunori something. Yeah, dude, he's a fucking legend, dude. Dude, Chrono Cross he did. That soundtrack is also phenomenal. He is just one of the greats, man. He is so good. Secret of Mana, insane. This guy's the list. Front Mission. Yeah. He is one of the best. Mega Man Legends 2, Dustin.
Yeah, Mega Man Legends 2. I don't know if it's a standout soundtrack. I'm trying to remember, but
He doesn't always do the entire soundtrack for games a lot of times.
Right.
Nowadays, especially, he usually does a few tracks. But
So-
he knows what's up, dude.
I this is a question I'm asking, but I don't really want to know the answer to.
Okay.
Chrono Cross, I've always been curious how that is a sequel to Chrono Trigger.
Mhm.
I don't know anything about it. It just looks so radically different, no pun intended, for the Radical Dreamers edition.
Dreamers.
But it looks so different, and I'm always curious, like, is it a sequel? Is it... what is this game?
There's some ties to Chrono Trigger in it. That's
Okay.
all I'm going to say.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not as good as Chrono Trigger, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Not at all good. It's very different, but the soundtrack is still really good.
Was Akira Toriyama, did he work on Chrono Cross?
No.
Doesn't
no.
look like it.
It does not look like his work, yeah.
No,
They
it's
look
definitely
very
not.
different.
Yeah.
They look very different, yeah. All right, this is from Pen and Pant, who wrote in, "What up, Sum and Sums? Dustin, Chrono Trigger is known for its great pacing of the story. Do you agree? What's your go-to party so far? Without mentioning spoilers, of course. Frog all the way."
Yeah. So I actually just got to the point where you can swap out party members. And that's actually, I'm glad that Pen and Pant wrote this in, because this is actually one of my big complaints, is that you can only have 3 party members with you.
Mhm.
And for the party members that you don't have with you, they just have to hang out with the old guy at the end of time.
Yep.
They just hang out there. You just leave them behind. And it made me question, like, man, did they write dialogue for all the characters throughout the game? Is it some of it repeated and they're like, oh, we can just assign this dialogue to this character?
I think they'll have like little flavor text things. Like they'll say the same thing essentially, but a little different, perhaps.
Right. But yeah, it feels bad leaving them behind. And again, I've mentioned Rebirth twice now. That's one of the things I really like about Rebirth, is that you set up your party and they're, even if they're not part of your combat team, they're always hanging out. They're always
Yeah.
with you for the
Yeah.
journey. And it just feels bad to leave characters behind, especially because I like all the characters I have so far. So to leave them hanging out in the void space
Yeah.
is sad.
I'll say, Dustin, playing through Chrono Trigger twice, I rotate the party a lot. And there's
Yeah.
reasons to. So
That
fear
makes
not.
sense.
Fear not, sweet child. All right. This is from Mr. Milk. Greetings and salutations, summoners. As far as Chrono Trigger goes, how does the soundtrack strike you so far? For those that have played before, any memorable tunes that have struck with you in particular? Thanks, and as always, for your consideration. We talked about this. The soundtrack is god tier already. Ready? The track that I think of, and like many other people probably do, is Corridors of Time. You have not gotten there yet, Dustin.
Oh, okay, I won't search it.
You can
to
probably listen
hear.
to it, but I just don't want a vision or pictures popping up. But that is like
Oh no.
an absolute banger. The Trial is one of those. There's so many good ones.
I don't know about you guys. I'm a huge dork when it comes to, I want to hear songs for the first time in games when I'm playing a game.
Yeah.
That's like people with Persona games have listened to the soundtrack before it comes out. And I'm like, no, dude, if you hear Rivers in the Desert not for the first time in context of the battle it's so good when that battle happens. And that's one of the reasons now. It's like, dude, I want to hear it for the first time in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. But Corridors of Time is probably like the big one that a lot of people love because it's a insane soundtrack. But every song in that game's good, pretty much. So
yeah,
it's real good. Let's see. This is from Full Metal McCoy. Sup BCD. Am I the only one who tried games like Chrono Trigger because of Akira Toriyama's art despite not liking turn-based JRPGs? His character design is amazing and I just blindly buy them. Anyways, what is Dustin's favorite thing about the game so far? I'm sure a lot of people just buy games because of his artwork.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sandland is a game coming out that I might buy. I haven't even read it.
Yeah, his art is just iconic immediately.
Yeah,
And his art is so good. It's funny because there is an argument about a lot of anime art looking the same, and that is true to some degree, especially with modern anime. But he's the one who like created a lot of these tropes. And even then, still, you can tell when you see his character designs or the robot designs and the machines that he makes, the different vehicles are all so distinctly him. And
his vehicle design is very underrated, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're so good.
And it's cool too.
Like, small.
Watching One Piece, which is, I feel like in a lot of ways, it has so many ties to Dragon Ball Z in that I think that a lot of the character designs are kind of reminiscent of Akira Toriyama.
I mean, all those guys were fans of Dragon Ball.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon Ball was huge for all those guys. So, yeah, totally.
Dude, and it's so funny, too, since it's Toei Animation, there's so many sound effects from Dragon Ball that are in One Piece. And you're like, oh, shit, Luffy's going Super Saiyan right now. Because that very distinct sound of when a character goes Super Saiyan. It's like, nice. Favorite thing about the game so far? I really love the time travel element. Just because each time feels so distinctly different. And I love seeing the contrast of how this world has changed in the different eras of it, how the characters connect through extremely large gaps of time is really cool as well. So that was the main thing that before I even really knew anything about this game, I was always curious about the time travel element. The other thing is this game, the battles take place wherever you are in the game, which I would say at the time was pretty unique in that it was primarily just that you would either run into an enemy or Pokemon style, it would just like the screen would flash and then you would go into like a battle setting or a battle arena, so to say.
Like a different map,
Right. And whereas this one, you see enemies, you approach them, and then the battle happens directly on the map.
Right there. Yeah,
and
it's great, man.
Yeah, and a lot of games have done this since then. I don't know if it's the first, but it was definitely unique at the time.
Yeah, totally. All right. I look forward to hearing more about your Chrono Trigger escapades, Dustin.
Hell yeah.
I played it on Steam a little while ago, Dustin. I had like 25 hours to finish it.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's not bad at all.
And I think I did like pretty much everything extra, I think. All right. Chris, let's talk about Bioshock. I was actually thinking about playing this game again recently because it's been so long, but now you've been playing it, so I'm very curious to see what you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a Bioshock tattoo, so it's not surprising that this is like one of my favorite games ever. It's one of the first games that made me think that video games could be like a lot more than what I thought they were. And so like it's just a seminal game for me, and I think I largely got the bug specifically because of all the Judas stuff that was coming out, which I won't talk about that because I know people are, Colin especially is like very protective of that. He wants to keep that as new of an experience as possible. I don't blame him for that, but I was so hungry for information about Judas that I was just like, dude, like this is one of the few games that I'm genuinely like excited for, like genuinely like, oh man, I really am curious as to how this is going to go and what he's doing with that. But I watched all the interviews with Ken Levine that were done, and I just got this urge. It's like, man, I really want to play Bioshock again. And I actually decided, it's like, I'm going to play this on the Steam Deck because I've played it a number of times on TVs and on PC. It's like, necessarily, I wonder how this game will function on handheld, especially because I was traveling to New York for the show when I started. And so I was like, this will be a good way to do it. And I got to say, man, it's a really good playing game, especially because I don't know, dude. It is. I guess it might be a little nerve wracking, but like, I mean, like the pacing of that game is so good that like if you have a long flight, you really don't feel that flight at all. If you're playing a game like Bioshock, where it's just like it's really, I forgot how brisk Bioshock is. Like the pacing of it's like really quick, like a lot faster than I remember. I don't know if it's just modern games being a lot slower. Actually, I think that's definitely true. But yeah, Bioshock's pacing is great. I love the atmosphere and just the design of everything. I love how everybody in the game looks like they don't look realistic, but they don't look like cartoons either. It's like this. It's not Fortnite, but it's not hyper real. It's like this strange kind of stylized realism that is just kind of superimposed over every character, where it's like they feel real, but they don't look quite real. And it kind of highlights how, kind of lends to this feeling of this being like a completely different plane of existence, and things feeling so strange. And I've always just been enamored with like that setting, Rapture and Columbia as well. Although I know Infinite has like a different reputation these days, but man, Rapture is so fucking cool. And just the design of like gun in right hand, superpower in the left feels it feels awesome. I think it's probably one of the things that got me to jump into Skyrim initially, because I saw that you could have a sword and just like lightning magic in your left hand. I was like, this is fucking sick. But dude, Bioshock is wonderful. I love that there's barely any cutscenes, if any. There's like one cutscene at the beginning and one cutscene at the end, and that's it. That's all you get. It's the entire game takes place in real time. It's in camera. Every character is like interacting with you, and there's like this almost theatric layer to it, where it almost feels like you're wandering through a play.
Yeah,
and it
that's a good way to say it.
And I mean, some of that's literal too, because there's like characters in it that are very
theatrical,
literally theatrical. There's like a scene in like a literal theater, but there are so many. I remember when I first played Bioshock, I played the demo, and I remember being staggered that you could even download demos. This was at the time where like the 360 was new, and I was like learning all these things about these machines. I was like, what the fuck? You can download games now? You can download demos and try them? The fuck? I don't have to go and like buy a magazine to get a disc. And I remember playing it when it launched on the 360 store, the demo, and getting to that part in the bathysphere where it lowers and the guy gets gutted in the dark, and then it starts going ham on the thing. I shut it off when I first played it because it scared the absolute shit out of me. And I didn't touch it for several years. And then I was like, all right, I have it in me. But there's a lot of scenes in that game that are genuinely, it's weird because I wouldn't consider it a horror game really. And it's not nearly as scary as like, even something like Resident Evil 2 Remake or Resident Evil 7 or anything like that. But like, there's like this really imposing atmosphere in that game. And there are certain sections, specifically when you get the shotgun and it's like in the spotlight, and you go grab it, and then the light turns off, and then you hear like footsteps like running all around you, and the lights come on, and then you have to fight in the dark. There's a lot of great set piece moments in Bioshock, and just, yeah, I love it more today than I did even last year. It's a game that just continues to be impressive to me, especially now, purely from a pacing standpoint. Like, I really could not believe how well paced it is, and how many games from this era in general, Dead Space and Resident Evil 4, I felt that with those remakes as well, where it's like, these are just so perfect in their timing and from beat to beat. The combat is a lot better than I remember too. Like, I remember it's definitely not like a proper, like, it's not like Doom or anything where it's like you're going around shooting everything like a god, but it feels good. I like the way it doles story out in these audio logs that make no sense in reality, would make absolutely no sense, but like it still lends to the believability of this world somehow. So it's such a difficult balancing act to do, and I think they just nail it with Bioshock. And yeah, it's one of my favorite games ever, and I don't feel any differently now. I'm like, I think at this point I'm in the last string of it. It's a game I really don't want to spoil for people even this late into existence, because I feel like it's such an important thing. But I probably got like maybe like an hour and a half left of it. But yeah, I love it. I love Bioshock.
Yeah, I definitely want to replay it again, because I also want to replay Bioshock 2, because I don't remember a lot from that game, and I never finished that one. Yeah, I remember liking it, but I just don't remember a lot about it. So I'd like to revisit those. Let's see. William wrote in, "Hey guys, as someone who could not get into Bioshock, tell me, what am I missing? I played it for about 3 hours last year and just dropped it to play more Starfield."
That's wild. That I can't. As
I felt physical pain.
As somebody who liked Starfield, I can't even fathom how that's possible. But because Starfield demands so much more of your time to get into.
Yeah,
and to really click with you than Bioshock ever does. I would say, like, dude, like if you're not into Bioshock, you're not into Bioshock. There's no necessarily, like, you don't need to be just because something is like a seminal experience for the medium doesn't necessarily mean you have to, take part in it if it's not to your liking. Like 3 hours, by the time you're 3 hours into Bioshock, you know if you like it or not. Like, it's pretty fucking immediate. I would imagine. So yeah. I would say just accept that it's not yours.
If you're going for Starfield, maybe you're looking for more like character interaction, I guess, like speaking with NPCs and getting quests and stuff like that. Like Bioshock's not really about that. It's more just about being in the place, the environment, and going through it and learning more about the people that are there. But yeah, you're not going to a quest outpost and stuff like that, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's you seem to be looking for an RPG, and Bioshock is not really an RPG. There's like there's technically like some RPG elements in it, but they're very light. It's more about the linear narrative and the world of Rapture, and it's like I said, it's like a play. It's not trying to be like this open, this wide open thing that you can go out and like, oh man, I wonder what's over there on the horizon. It's like, it's not that kind of experience at all. I think it's very strong for that. But yeah, no, it's okay that it's not your cup of tea. It's totally acceptable. I'm baffled that Starfield is and Bioshock isn't. That is sincerely like confused, because I would imagine, I don't know, like I like both of them. Obviously Bioshock is like a seminal experience and Starfield is fine. But like, it's hard for me to imagine. It's easy for me to imagine somebody liking Bioshock and not liking Starfield, but it's really difficult for me to imagine somebody liking Starfield and not liking Bioshock. That is like a really difficult. That's difficult for me. But
yeah, well,
God bless.
God bless you, William. Get help. All right, this is from Sean Galvin. Hey guys, Bioshock is a great story that is ripe for exploration for TV or cinema. More than a decade ago, director George Verbinski,
Gore Verbinski. I remember this.
Verbinski, Pirates of the Caribbean: The Ring, was deep in pre-production on a Bioshock movie. It was going to be expensive and R-rated, so it was canceled. Verbinski eventually used some of his ideas and designs on an original film called The Cure for Wellness. It's an interesting factoid that makes the movie a more interesting watch for us Bioshock fans. Are you all interested in a proper Bioshock movie or series? Thanks for your time.
I feel like a Bioshock movie or TV show is inevitable at this point, with how many successful video game adaptations there have been, that I'm sure that there's boardrooms looking like, what great video game franchise can we mine next while the craze is going on? And so the main thing that we can hope and pray for is that it's attached to the right people. Chris, you mentioned specifically having Ken Levine involved, I think is essential to some degree. Yeah. I don't think he necessarily needs to be the co-showrunner like Neil Druckmann was for The Last of Us, but having him involved to some degree as a producer or whatever is important. But I think it would be great. And Chris, you brought up, and I know we've talked on Sacred many times about like what the format is, because just doing the game doesn't make sense. It needs to be somewhere in the world, particularly, in Rapture specifically, either before or even if it's during some other story. And I think that would be easy to, not easy to do well. I'm not saying doing any kind of great show is easy, but figuring out a different angle. There's so much stuff going on in Rapture, so much different lore, different characters, or stuff that happened before. I feel like there's an easy route somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really do think that your best bet would be just kind of like a Gangs of New York kind of movie or like show. I think a show would be better. Although it would have to be like a limited series. I don't know how you could, because you would have to eventually get to the game, and I think that would. I don't know how you really do. I think a great way to do it really would be to kind of treat the show as almost like a prequel to the game in some way, like
Andrew Reiner rising up or whatever.
Yeah, like building up Rapture and building up that society and like watching it crumble and fall, and then like maybe ending it where Bioshock starts in some way. I don't know how you would necessarily. I mean, we're getting into high concept like actual planning this thing. It's not my job to plan the Bioshock show, but I think yeah, I mean, it would be interesting. I just think you would want to avoid doing the game because I just don't think you can do that. It's interesting. I didn't know this about the movie though, that it was. I knew that it was too expensive and R-rated, and for that reason it was canceled. But I didn't know that it was some of the designs went on to A Cure for Wellness. That's almost like the Halo movie that got canceled by oh my god, what's his face?
Neil.
Oh my god, Neil Blomkamp, and he went on to make District 9 with like some of that stuff and some of those props. I always love stories like that.
Yeah,
just like interesting, like where that led to this, and what a strange through line that is. But yeah, I mean, I would be interested now that we seem to have like a cadence of understanding what the formula is. That we get The Last of Us with Neil Druckmann and with this great showrunner, and then we get Castlevania, and that we get Fallout. Now today, after the series premiere of Fallout, okay, I accept. I will be like, if you can get a good showrunner, you can get Ken Levine in. That would be interesting, and I would be down to see it. But we'll see how that. We'll see if that materializes anytime soon. I think it will, though. I think Dustin's right, where like people in boardrooms are definitely paying attention to this.
Yeah. All right, this is from Beans has a granny fart fetish. Dude, this has to be a Snark Tank.
Maybe
person.
I don't recognize him. He's not. If he's with us, he's not a high tier contributor.
Oh. Greetings, you sauced and slippery slitter sluts. I remember playing Bioshock demo for the very first time on Xbox 360, and it was one of the most amazing game demos I'd ever played. The intro cutscene ending with you sitting in the water as the plane slowly sinks into the ocean depths, then it gives control to the player. I sat there for an embarrassingly long time before I realized it was actually gameplay and still not the cutscene.
Yeah.
My question goes for all of you beautiful bastards. Has there been a demo of games that you went in with zero expectations and up being blown away or left with a lasting impression? Thanks and have a fantastic day. Keep up the awesome work, Brad, LSM team. Chris, go ahead. Sounds like you have something to say.
That is such a great question. Well, I wanted to remark on the fact that, like, yeah, I had the same experience where, like, I couldn't believe that what I was looking at was, like, real-time graphics.
Yeah,
even at the time.
I also did that. I sat there for a while in the water.
Because that water effect still looks really fucking good, like, to this day. And the fire reflecting off of it. I just remember being like, there's no way I'm playing right now. But yeah, I mean, I demos. I'm trying to. I feel like most of my early video game experiences were demo discs and stuff that I got out of like Pizza Hut things or like an Xbox magazine or some kind of game magazine that like my aunt would buy me and that would have like a demo disc in it. I remember I played Metal Gear Solid that way. I played Shadow of the Colossus that way, and like I remember I got a jam pack. Do you remember those jam pack demo compilations?
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 of those, and one of them had Shadow of the Colossus on it. I had one with Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver on it that like really stuck with me. But I think the Bioshock demo probably is the one that I remember the most. It because it scared me. It was the first demo that I played where I was like, I'm too scared to finish this. And I don't have like that crazy of a reaction to really any other demo that I've had. I guess the other one that I would consider have leaving a large impact on me was there was a multiplayer demo for Lost Planet that I remember.
Lost Planet 2? Was the
Lost Planet 1? Lost Planet 2 was great too also, but that was a great demo as well. But like the first one, I remember playing it and not fully understanding the concept of like online multiplayer. Like I kind of understood it, but like seeing it in person on a machine that I owned with a game that I was playing was fucking wild to me.
Yeah.
Like it was difficult to wrap my head around the fact that like, oh, I'm playing this game and there are other people in this game from like across the country, probably like in a different country, and we're just playing this game together. And I remember it had a grappling hook. It looked nice. The snow. I remember thinking like the snow looked really fucking good in Lost Planet. And I just remember that was one of the moments where I felt like, wow, we're in the future right now, which is so silly. But yeah, I remember those demos really, really fondly. And the Shadow of the Colossus demo, I remember kind of sticking with me a little bit. And then I played it like way later on the PS3 Eco Collection and fell in love with it. But yeah, nice. I'm sure there's so many of them though. Like, my God.
Dustin, what about you?
I'm trying to think specifically within the realm of the question of something you didn't expect, because immediately when I think of great demos, I think of the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo included with Zone of the Enders.
Of course.
Because that demo was more important than Zone of the Enders for us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, we were playing that demo over and over and over. But the expectation bar, I mean, we knew it was going to be awesome. It was a sequel to Metal Gear Solid, and we love that game. So I don't know if that really fits. The Bioshock demo, I mean, just to chime in also, I mean, that's what convinced me to buy that game also many years ago now, man. I was also pretty scared at the time. That was kind of like one of my early horror-esque games, I guess you could say, because I wasn't really into those types of games. And Bioshock is, I wouldn't describe it as purely a horror game, but it definitely has a lot of that
has some
in it.
Elements. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know. I can't think of anything that like I had zero expectations end up being blown away. I'm not sure.
I got one. Bioshock, I was actually kind of down on Bioshock at first. I remember them showing off E3, and I was just like, I don't really get it. What's special about this game? Then I played it, the demo, and I was like, whoa. Complete 180 on that game, dude. Complete 180. Ended up buying it day one, loved it. It was great. Another game that I had zero expectations for was Tony Hawk. Because at the time before that, there were skateboard games, but they weren't very great. They were not super good, but then I played a Tony Hawk 1 demo disc, and I was like, holy shit, this is great. I love this. So definitely one of those.
Oh, yeah. I loved Tony Hawk. That was like, I was like so young though. So like there's no way I was playing that game correctly. Like I was definitely just like grinding and doing like ollies and that's it. And being like, this is so cool. What's this band?
Yeah. Yeah. 1999. So I was like in 7th grade or something. I was like a 7th grader. So it was like perfect age for me, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Chris, I'm so curious about this. You have completed Final Fantasy VII Remake, I believe, right? And you're playing Rebirth now. You hopped right into Rebirth?
Yeah. I felt like I was on a momentum, on a wave of momentum. And I was like, look, man, I got to just jump into it. If I take a break, because I was planning on taking a break, like playing something else in between, just to give myself some time away and just so I could come back to it. But I really thought like, I don't know, man. I'm really familiar with this world. I'm really familiar with these characters. I'm just gonna jump into it, and I think it's serving me pretty well because I feel like I'm like really deep into one game as opposed to like, I think I'm about like 17 hours into Rebirth right now.
Oh shit! Okay, you've played a lot.
but I'm not really that far. I'm on chapter 7, I think, because I spent a lot of time like 100%ing Junon and Grasslands. Yeah. Because I talked a little bit about it on Sacred, but like I expected to be really annoyed by like the open world kind of Ubisoftness of it. Because I was just like, oh, I don't know. Like I kind of liked that Remake was like somewhat linear and kind of put you on a path because it just kind of helped. I feel like it helped everything feel focused and purposeful. And the thing I hated most about Remake was literally just like the parts where they would like lock you or not that they would lock you, but like that we're like, oh, hey, go do things for the town. Like go rescue Wedge's cats. As if I give a shit, or like whoever's cat. I don't even remember who's. I don't. I don't.
No,
remember
that
whose
was
cats
right.
they were.
That's Wedge's cats. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I just remember there's got to be a better way to introduce me to these people than asking me to like haul cats around. And so I don't know. Like I was a little bit worried about it being open world, and then I got into it and I was like, oh yeah, I still think the movement around that open world is a little bit janky. Like it's definitely not built as smoothly as like some other open world games are. But I think the ultimate, like the overall core design of it, where like you climb a tower and it unlocks a reasonable amount of things, as opposed to like in Ubisoft, I feel like you climb to a tower and then like 500 notifications. It's like, oh my god, there's like a crate over there and a boss over there. Where are you gonna go? And it's like this one, it's like every time you climb a tower, you get like 2 pieces of intel, maybe 3 max. And it's like, and it's close enough that it's like, oh, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
And everything that they ask you to do is like, if it's like it's always generally fun or engaging or rewarding in some way. Even that, like those littler things where it's like you have to synchronize the
thing.
I can't remember what exactly they're
summons.
Yeah, the summons signs.
Yeah,
where you go and you synchronize the thing. It's like a little memory game, but it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's like a nice little extra thing that like it's exactly as long as it needs to be. Like nothing overstays really, and I appreciate that. Like I like the open world stuff in this because it feels like everything has a purpose and it feeds into like your own character getting stronger in like very specific ways. And that I really, really appreciate. It's not bloated, which is what a lot of open world games feel like to me. It's just like a lot of bloat, a lot of extra stuff that doesn't really hinge on anything. And there's no real interesting way to get you from point A to point B because it's just all so like open and whatever. In Rebirth, I'm finding that it's a lot more entertaining and I'm having a lot more fun going from point A to point B and doing all these little things. Even just like pulling up the chocobo stops is just cute and stupid and silly. And but like, yeah, I'm on chapter 7 right now, I believe. Might be at the beginning of chapter 8. I'm not.
Where did you leave off?
Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. We climbed. Oh man.
Did you have the dolphin?
Yeah, we're in that next region in Costa del Sol. It's just like I'm right past the beach and right before people are kind of talking about Gold Saucer was just mentioned. So I just got
Corel.
to
You're going to
Corel. I just got to that town where everybody's pissed at Barrett basically.
Okay.
That's where I'm at story wise and doing that. I'm enjoying the combat. I'm enjoying like the synergy stuff that we kind of alluded to when we were talking about Chrono Trigger. I really like that. There's a move specifically where like Cloud can deflect Barrett's bullets into the enemy that I fucking really like. But yeah, like so far all my complaints about Remake are very, very have gone very addressed. I do kind of feel like I'm at a point in the game where things are kind of meandering. Like the beach felt like a vacation, and then they're already talking about Gold Saucer, where it's like, oh, can we go there? And it's like, we're not on a vacation. It's like, we just did are we doing this? Like, I feel like a weird, there's something weird going on right now, specifically pacing wise.
Yeah, just keep going.
I'm so deep into this that I'm and I like these characters a lot, and I like spending time with them, and I'm finding myself getting better and at managing like materia and all this stuff. So it's fun and I'm enjoying it. I hate Chadley still, but I'm glad I'm glad that he isn't as annoying as I worried he would be. He is very annoying, but it really is of your own volition. Like you really can choose to. It's really me punishing myself by doing all the open world stuff that's making me interact with him more. So I accept that. But yeah, like the soundtrack's great, the combat's great. There's no more, or at least as far as I've played, there's no parts that bother me deeply. Like there were with like Remake had some sections where I was like, what the fuck is going? Like specifically the I didn't like the motorcycle sections really at all. I feel like they lasted too long, and I feel like there were certain parts where like there was like a crane hand.
Oh yeah, the crane.
thing.
Yeah, everyone knows the crane.
And I was like, this is fucking horrible. And I think I posted on Instagram. I was like, this is the least fun I've ever had with a video game ever in this specific section. I couldn't believe how much the game was like sucking the emotion out of me. But luckily, I haven't really experienced anything like that. I got into Queen's Blood weirdly.
Yes.
Like I like Queen's Blood.
Did you do the tournament?
Yeah. I did the tournament on the boat, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I did the tournament on the boat.
Dude, when Red comes out dressed as the soldier, it's so good.
It's
does
cool.
like a moonwalk.
It's ridiculous, but like it's cool. I like that was actually the one that was the first time in the game where I felt like, all right, you're gonna make me do this like the whole tournament.
Yeah,
because I like Queen's Blood, but like I could skip it, but like I'm already doing it. Like, and I already did so much Queen's Blood that I'm like, I might as well just do it. But yeah, I had to do it because I was just like, yeah, I'm already here. So I'm probably going through this game a lot slower than a lot of people because I am going around and no. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know
people are doing everything.
Cool. Well, that's good because it definitely feels approachable in that way.
Yeah. Where
it's just like, oh, yeah, I'll do everything. It's not like Elden Ring where it's like, there's no fucking shot. I'm doing everything in Elden Ring. Like, no. Like, I love Elden Ring, but like, no shot. I'm doing everything in that game. It's like, I would lose track of everything so quickly. But this game, it's like, yeah, there's not a lot to do, and that's not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess is how I would put it. It's like, it's focused on the stuff that works and is fun and is moving the narrative forward. And so far, I like all the characters. I like Yuffie more now. Ooh, I really didn't like her initially.
Dustin hates Yuffie.
Yeah, fuck Yuffie. All my homies hate Yuffie.
All my homies hate Yuffie. I really, because I didn't tell the story on the show yet, but like after Remake, I was like, oh cool, I'm gonna jump into Intergrade, and I immediately was like, no. I was like, I don't like what I'm seeing here. I like how she plays, but like I couldn't like she was she's very anime, even compared to like what is going on around her in Final Fantasy. Like even by that barometer, she's like extremely anime. She's like wildly emotive and she narrates to herself, and it's just like, oh man, I can't do it. So I skipped right into Rebirth, and I think now that I've grown to like Yuffie a little bit more, although she is a dick, and I do like mistreating her. As like there's a sequence where like you get to choose like which path like a minecart goes.
Yes. And
it's you're either placating Barrett or you're placating Yuffie, and I immediately was like, I don't want Yuffie to enjoy this. And it was great. It was I'm glad that you gave me that option. But I'm a lot more okay with her presence in the world now, so that once I'm done with Rebirth, I might just finish up Intergrade since it's pretty quick.
Yeah, you should, because you ideally should have played that before Rebirth.
Yeah, well,
because it ties in. But
whatever.
Okay. Yeah, you can just look it up if you're really curious.
Yeah, I did look up what I know how, like, because I accepted that, like, look, I'm not gonna play this. I'm just gonna look it up and just so I'm caught up. So I know what happens, but at the same time, I do want to just finish it and knock it off the completion list. But yeah, like I think it's great. I think it's as an act, I really am in love with this combat style. Like I really wish that this was the style that was in, and I say this as somebody who liked 16 reasonably enough. I wish this was that style. Like I wish like 16 had this, combat system, because I really, really love it. I think it's pretty perfect, honestly.
Yeah, it's very good. Let's see. Badly Brave wrote in. Now that Chris has finished his first Final Fantasy, does he feel like a real man? Dare I say, a weeb?
I'm not gonna lie and say it doesn't feel good to finish one of these, because it is like Final Fantasy is like it's just a big part of video games, and it's always been like a weird blind spot for me. And a lot of that does just come down to like the types of games that I engage with. And I do think this is more, I think Remake and Rebirth are closer to the style of games that I like to engage with, in the sense that like I like to be in a space where I feel like I have some kind of agency over the world, or I can explore, and if I see something I can go there, even if there's like invisible walls or anything. Like something about 2D games that aren't platformers. Like it was difficult for me to get into them as deeply because I felt like I wasn't really interacting with anything. I felt like I was kind of like moving a chess piece around and kind of getting different like lines of dialogue out of them. And it was cool, but it wasn't really what captured my attention about video games. And the fact that like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth have this active time combat system where it's like, okay, this is like an action game, but you still have to manage things. And like you can at any point activate this turn-based style that is really fun to interact with. It's like a perfect marriage. And I think for that reason, you know, a lot of older games in this genre just didn't really, they weren't built for me. And I never asked them to do that. I never asked them to be like, hey, you know, I want your games to appeal to me specifically. It's like, no, this is what other people like, and that's fine. But it is cool to have one of these games that is almost tailor made for my sensibilities while still feeling like an authentic representation of what Final Fantasy is.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No, yeah, that totally does.
Yeah.
It's from Cormac. Hello, gents. Seeing as we're still talking about Final Fantasy, can we give some love to Crisis Core? I just beat it for the first time and am now going to play the intermission DLC. Crisis Core was amazing, though. It had some of the best music from any game I've played. What do you think of it? Have you played it? Keep it up. Keep up the work. Cormac, come on, you know we've played it. I mean, you know me and Dustin have played that shit. Of course. You fucking know we do. Yeah, Crisis Core is cool. It's nowhere near the level of these games, in my opinion, but it's a cool PSP game. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and they did a great job with the remaster.
Yeah.
You know, there's the varying degrees of like remaster, remake, and you could argue that Crisis Core Reunion is also a remake. It's just a very straight remake where it's the much better assets, better graphics. They fixed a lot of different stuff. So if you're interested in checking it out, if you need more of that Final Fantasy VII fix, it's not going to be as good as Rebirth, of course, but it is still pretty awesome. So
and it's pretty short too. It's like 12 hours.
Yeah, not long.
And this is from Angel DeJesus. Hey guys, did any of you find trying to navigate Gongaga tremendously annoying? Trying to figure out how to get to some point of the world until spots can really piss me off. Anyways, keep on making great content. You're not quite there yet, Chris.
No.
Gongaga was just like a much more dense area. So it wasn't like a broad open area. I didn't mind it. I actually kind of appreciated that it was very different. Instead of just being able to easily run around, you got to think about some stuff more. And the Chocobo navigation with that helps later on, but I won't spoil that for you.
Yeah. I didn't have, so far in my run, I haven't had any issues like navigating the map. There was one time, and I really have no explanation for this. I think there was a Moogle intel spot on this cliff in the area where the Chocobos can climb, or they can walk up the I can't remember. I think it's Junon.
Yes.
But for some reason, I walked by that cliff like a million times and just didn't see the obvious wall. And I went crazy because I went back to it and then I saw it and I was like, "What the fuck?" I've stared at this hill a million times, and then I went around. I thought like maybe I had to go like in the back, like where like the caves are, or like the and like maybe there's like a trail upwards. And I did that, and then there wasn't anything, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then I came back, and then the wall was like right there, and I was like, "I don't know how I fucking." Dude. I do not know how I missed this, but I feel so stupid. Yeah. But it was good because I ended up grinding a lot, and it ended up being like a worthy off. That's the thing too. It's like I feel like if at any point that something like that happens, there's still something like worthwhile to be doing, which is nice. You know, it's just a really well done, really well done game. I have no context for how it stacks among like other JRPGs, but as somebody who doesn't really have a lot of experience with that genre at all, I'm having a great time. I'm essentially like 48 hours into Final Fantasy VII, basically.
Yeah.
With my 30-hour completion of Remake and 17 of or however long of Rebirth. It's, I will say they segue into each other very, very nicely. Like I felt like no time at all really was skipped at all. I didn't feel lost even slightly. So
okay, good.
High compliment.
Good. All right, guys. We're gonna do some questions. We're gonna end the show with some questions that we always do. If you would like to send in a question to this show and other shows, head on over to Last Stand or patreon.com/laststandmedia. That's how we are supported primarily. We'd greatly appreciate your support. Dustin, what is this crazy merch we got going on right now?
Oh,
Chris is running for president. Gamer president.
Yeah, so we're doing these limited run shirts where they're shirts that we're not necessarily going to stock. So we've set up like this. Well, Ben has set up a pre-order system. And so right now at laststandmedia.store, you can get your Moriarty Ray Gun shirt. And right now it says on the site that if we meet the pre-order amount, then it will be made. We have well met that. So there's no concern that we have well met it. You guys have been awesome. But if you're curious about it, we have other shirts in the works for this pre-order system. So I'm very excited about those in the future. And of course, we have other stuff too. In fact, we will have the Summon Sign sticker
there it is
on there relatively soon. In fact, we probably can get that up there pretty quick. But yeah, we're always working on new merch stuff.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's get into our first question from Billy McGucci. Gentlemen, my question is in regard to story-based game length in the modern era. With Dustin taking a while to get through FF7 despite actively playing it, and Chris wondering if he'll get through it prior to Stellar Blade, I find myself in the same boat. It caused me to avoid Ragnarok for a while because I didn't want to chip away at a 50-hour story-based game over a significantly long period of time. As with most people, with age came responsibilities, and myself and my time has been more divided than ever with those. I find myself actively avoiding these types of games nowadays because of their advertised length. I've had FF7 Rebirth staring at me for over a month, and I don't want to get started because I'm not sure I'll be able to see it through in less than a month. It has led to playing some great games I otherwise would have missed. Balatro. I can't even say it, dude. Simply because they're easy to play and put down. Have you ever felt this way? Opting out of a story-based game due to its length of it and not wanting to start something you may not finish? For the record, I love Remake and I love God of War 2018, so it's not that I don't want to dive back into these universes, I just find myself wishing it was a bit tighter of an experience. 20 to 30 hours as opposed to nearly double that. Thanks for all the content. Well, you can get through Rebirth if you mainline it in like 30-something hours. I think Gene did that his first time. Mm-hmm. So, no excuse. I don't know. Yeah. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, I definitely think that there's a problem with bloated games now. I'm bringing up God of War Ragnarok. I think that's a great example of a game that is simply longer than it needs to be. And it's not that it's bad. And I don't know. It's tough. I'm a fan of the 20 to 30 hour game experience, but I think there are games that warrant the length. I think about games like, the prime one is probably Red Dead Redemption 2, where that game is 80-ish hours. And I feel like it's not that it's like, man, everything that happens is crazy and interesting, but it has this flow to it and this level of immersion through how long it is that it totally warrants that for me. And there's other games too, like I think a lot of this might be debatable, but Persona games are very long, but I think that those add to the experience of the entire journey throughout. And a lot of times that is the case with RPGs. But in Billy's case here, I think I understand the hesitation to not wanting to start something, but at some point you're kind of wasting your time, kind of like, do I start this? Do I not? It's like, no, just get it going. Just get it going.
Just get it going.
And if something else has to wait because you're not quite done yet, that's fine.
Yeah.
And there is the option of mainlining games. And sadly, that's not a bad option for a lot of these really long bloated games, because side content, I feel like, is still a mixed bag on a lot of games. Sometimes it's like, oh, well, there's these side quests, and usually there's articles that say, like, these are the best side quests, and maybe do just those. Or there's other games where you can skip them all. And then there's others like Rebirth, where I feel like most of the side quests are very good, and you probably do want to play those. But I think overall, yeah, that there's definitely... I would expect more games to be getting shorter now as budgets are increasing, and you see a company like Sony having such low profit margins that that's going to be the area that they're going to try to slim things down, is just making them shorter overall, which is a good thing to me.
Yeah. I generally, I can't deny that there's definitely been games where like the length of them has put me off. I think that's been my biggest issue with JRPGs for the longest time. And it's not necessarily, and again, like, it's not that's not me saying like they need to make JRPGs shorter so that I can play them. It's just like, objectively, that's just a trapping of the genre, and I do think it's necessary in some cases. Like, I do think there are places where like some of these games can maybe trim down a little bit. Like, I got to a point in Yakuza Like a Dragon where like I had to grind for a lot of money just to walk into a building, and I was like, this probably didn't need to be here. It took me ages to get here. There should be a little bit more restraint for that. Like, I would argue that like if there's like a 60-hour or like a 70-hour or an 80-hour JRPG, like it could probably be like a 50-hour experience ultimately. Like if you really wanted to trim everything that wasn't really fantastic. But at the same time, you know, a lot of people like that length, and I don't begrudge that. But I've definitely, I definitely relate. But then there are some games that just demand you see them through and are so good and compelling that you don't mind it. And I think ultimately that's what it is that I'm looking for. It's like, if there is a long game, good, but like make it so you earn that time out of me. And I think Elden Ring is a great example of a game that does that. Like, I think I by the time that I was 99 hours in or 95 hours in, however deeply I was in the 90s. I was still seeing stuff that I hadn't seen before. And that is fucking cool. And that's a wonderful experience. But whereas like I feel like something like The Last of Us Part 2, I feel like that game ran out of new mechanics at the halfway point. And there was a story that needed to be told, and I appreciate that. But there was like, I remember just being like, man, they haven't introduced anything new in like 10, 12 hours. This is wild. And then at the very end, they introduced that new mechanic of like the infected on the ropes, where they're tied up on the ropes and you can like unleash them on people. And it's just like, where was this earlier? Like, this is actually a great mechanic that is at the very end of the game that can't be really utilized or played around with much, because now we're at the end. So like, I don't know. I think it's ultimately like a pacing issue more than anything. It's not even necessarily that games are too long. It's that the games need to be paced in a better way. And I said it earlier in the show about like how I really do feel like Bioshock and Dead Space Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake really, really highlighted this, where like some games, it's okay for a game to be like 9 to 13 hours. In fact, I think that's arguably really, really, that's the sweet spot for me personally. Like I like to know that I can get something really, really memorable out of a relatively low, out of a really relatively low cost of entry as far as time goes experience. And I think we'd be better off if we had a little bit more of those. Honestly, I don't want to get rid of the Red Deads. I want Grand Theft Auto 6 to be as long. I want Grand Theft Auto 6 if they pull something like they did with Red Dead 2, and who knows if they will or won't. But like, if they deliver that quality of storytelling, like, yeah, give me 50 hours of Grand Theft Auto 5 or Grand Theft Auto 6, I mean, or Elden Ring or whatever. But God of War doesn't need to be 40 fucking hours. God of War could be 25 to 30 hours max and still be a very, very compelling package. Yeah,
it definitely depends on the game, like you were saying. But like, if you're holding off on playing games for other games, like, just fucking, like, for Final Fantasy, just start Rebirth and get to Stellar Blade when you're done. Like, you don't need to play it right away. or otherwise you're just never going to play these games. You got to be okay with, like, when something coming. I know it's exciting when something comes out and people are talking about it, you want to be there, but sometimes you just got to like move past that. Just play your games, man.
Yeah,
just play them because you really liked Remake, so it's like fucking play Rebirth, dude.
Yeah,
you're gonna have a great time.
It's very good, and it's immediately very good, by the way. So like that's a good selling point for Rebirth. If you just jump into it, you'll enjoy it, and then by the time you started, you're already kind of riding this momentum of like, okay, I'm in it, and like I'm definitely like at a point now where it's like I do have a suspicion that like I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish Rebirth before Stellar Blade comes out, and that's fine. I'll get to Stellar Blade. I'll get to Stellar Blade when I'm done, and that's
play it then.
Fine. Yeah, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Like I haven't even played Infinite Wealth yet. It's like I'll get to that game when I can get to it. It's not going anywhere. All right. This is from Derek Davis. Hey, boys. I need some suggestions. Probably more so from Brad and Dustin than Chris. No offense, King. So here it is. I've been a lifelong Final Fantasy fan, but that's about it so far as JRPGs go, outside of some heavy hitters from the 90s like Chrono Trigger and Secret of Mana. But all of the JRPG chatter across the LSMO sphere has gotten me interested in branching out. As we all know, though, this brand of game can be an enormous time sink, and time is money. So I've come directly to the weeb source, the weeb teat, if you will, to get some non-Final Fantasy suggestions for a Final Fantasy diehard. Thanks a million, my dudes. Begin milking that weeb teat, whatever. P.S. Weeb teat. Please it with me.
Please stop. Stop that. Don't do it again. Don't ever do that again. Both Brad, don't say that again. Don't write that in ever again.
All right. Now they're going to write it in. Send it directly to Dustin.
Yeah. All right. So best JRPGs outside of Final Fantasy?
Personas?
Yeah. Personas I don't want to say it's a tough recommendation. It's just like, if you don't like the life simulator, school simulator stuff, then you're not going to like that series at all. So
I just think Persona's caught on a lot recently, and a lot of people seem to be into it. So it's worth a shot.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Did he say Dragon Quest in here?
No.
I mean, I feel like Dragon Quest 11.
Dragon Quest 11's a great one. Yeah.
That seems like the clear.
Yeah. That's a
choice
nice one.
On that.
That's a good one, dude. Absolutely. How much is Royal? I'm just looking. Steam it seemed expensive still on. That's for fucking PS4 version, but that was $22.
$22. I'm trying to think though, like best recent RPGs. If you want a tactical JRPG game, I think Fire Emblem Three Houses is like one of the best games on Switch. So I really recommend that. But that also has like Persona school sim stuff in it.
Do Triangle Strategy. That doesn't have any Persona shit in it.
And
it's very good. It's much more like tactics, I guess.
Right. So yeah, it really just depends if that's a turnoff for you. Or if you want to go crazy, play Kingdom Hearts. It's time.
Dude, Persona 3, yes. Persona 5 Royal Standard Edition for PS5 is $33 on Amazon right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's the most obvious answer is Persona 5 Royal.
And P3 Reload's $40 also. And it's on Game Pass if you're curious about that. Or if you have Game Pass. So, Personas are good, man. Really good. But Dragon Quest 11 is also an excellent pick. Make sure it's the S version. Dragon Quest 11S.
Let me throw out one that only half counts.
Okay.
Nier Automata. It's not a turn-based JRPG, and in fact, it's kind of light. It's hard to call it a JRPG, but it's definitely
more action.
It's more action-based, but I absolutely love that game. So that's one that I recommend highly to anybody.
What about Nier? What was it called? Replicant.
Yeah. I feel like it's better for you to play Automata first because Replicant, even the fact that they remastered it, the structure of that game is very annoying. and it's going to be harder if that's your first experience, is to deal with that the structure of like playing the same shit a few different times. I even think even though I love that game, I find the structure to be the worst part, and it would be the hardest hurdle if you weren't invested into the lore of that story.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, maybe just Nier Automata then of those. So Dragon Quest 11S, Persona 3 Reload, or Persona 5 Royal, Nier Automata.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a good suite there.
We've done it. All right. This is from Never Know Sam. Hello, good sirs. This isn't related to any of the games on the slate, but I just fancied doing a comment, so I have one for Dustin. Dustin, I've heard you say that Sekiro is the hardest From Software game because you have to play the way the game wants you to play. While I didn't realize until playing is that the way the game wants you to play is the easiest method of play yet. Additionally, From Software seem to have learned a lot about explaining what items/weapons do for foreshadowing their use, which makes the lack of this clear information Eldering very disappointing. Huh? With that in mind, can you really defend Sekiro as the hardest From Software game? In my experience, the title belongs to Dark Souls 1. P.S. Mathematically, I think Sekiro is objectively the best game they have made, although Bloodborne is my favorite. Thanks. Hold up, dude. Hold on. I gotta go back to this thing. This is annoying me. Hold on. So I've learned a lot about explaining what items/weapons do and foreshadowing their use, which makes the lack of this clear information in Elden Ring very disappointing. What? I'm very curious what you're talking about.
He's implying that Elden Ring doesn't explain what items do as well as Sekiro, which I don't think either of those games do a bad job of explaining what items do.
No, you get the sword, your weapon, you look at it, you read it, it says like, hey, this is the weapon art it does, or whatever, the Ash of War it has.
Yeah. Well,
do you mean there's more or something?
Maybe. That's probably it, right? Because there's like different combinations and stuff that like would probably be a little bit more difficult to ascertain. I guess. I don't know.
But foreshadowing their use? I don't know, that just seems weird. You just kill shit usually in Elden Ring.
So the two things that Sam is saying that I need to keep in mind for my argument of Sekiro being the hardest From Software game is, one, if you play it the way intended, it's the easiest method of play. Yeah. And the lack of clear information, I'm not sure I fully follow. The reason I say that Sekiro is the hardest From Software game is that other From Software games are much more open-ended in your different playstyles. And so you can kind of tailor your gameplay experience to what you are best at. Whereas Sekiro, it is very specific in that it wants you to parry and it wants you to do, play a very specific way.
Yeah.
And the other thing with Sekiro too is that if you are stuck at a boss, you can't just go and level up like in a Dark Souls game. You can't. The only other thing you might be able to do is go fight a different boss that if you're able to do that, then you can use one of the, the power up thing that you get from it, like the boss echo or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that will help you, but that's your only option. There is no grinding in Sekiro. You can go grind items that might help you, but it is very intentional and very much closed off to doing those types of things. So
yeah,
I'm still confused. The using the method of play that is intended makes it the easiest. Yes, there is one method of play. So anything other than that is going to make it hard.
I think what he's saying, and I'm really trying with all my brain capacity to figure this out. I think what he's saying is that the playstyle of Sekiro is the easiest method of play in Souls games, period. And so that game being built around it makes it easy, I think. I have no idea. This is kind of a difficult question to figure out. But that's what I assume it's saying.
I don't know about that.
I don't agree with that, by the way. I just trying to figure it.
Go fight the last boss in Sekiro and then come back. Maybe you have, Sam, so I don't know. But I just can't imagine anyone playing the final boss of Sekiro and then saying that it's not the hardest FromSoft game.
I mean, you can make a lot of From Software games just fucking easy if you have knowledge and you know what to get. Like, you can just get...
Oh, yeah.
Dude, get fucking, like, Havel's armor or, like, a Black Knight weapon early in Dark Souls, dude. You're just going to steamroll everybody.
You can break Elden Ring pretty fucking easily.
Yeah.
Like, it's... You can make Elden Ring a very, very trivial experience if you know what you're doing and you know how to allocate stats and you know what items to pair with what. And I don't know. Like, I think Sekiro, it's easy for me in the sense that, like, that is how I play those games anyway. And it's easy compared to, like, other, like, Dark Souls is so open-ended for me that, like, I almost can't wrap my head around, like, it's strange. I don't know what it is about it. It's open-ended, but it's not open-ended enough. Whereas Elden Ring is, like, really, really open-ended. And so, like, that actually gives me the freedom to be a little bit more flexible. Whereas Sekiro is just, like, a very... I've talked about it before, where it's like, I feel like Sekiro is a very, very, almost like SNES, NES designed style game, where it's just like, here's your weapon, here's what you can do, go. And I love that about it. And it made it more approachable for me, but I don't know if that necessarily translates to it being an easier... It might be an easier game to get into for certain people.
Yeah,
maybe.
But, like, I don't know if it's necessarily, like, mechanically easy. Like, I got reamed by that butterfly lady, like, a lot in the beginning. I had no idea what the fuck I had no idea what the fuck I was supposed to do for an embarrassingly long time.
I would say, for the most part, what everyone's hardest From Software game is their first. Outside of Sekiro, I think Sekiro is different because it requires the specific mechanical playstyle that they desire. But with From Software games, it's like every time you play one of these games, you understand more about what it wants from you. And so, I mean, Elden Ring, I don't want to say it was easy, but I had every previous game that they've made under my belt. And so that, like you were saying, Brad, the knowledge, even that knowledge is enough to make it, quote unquote, easier. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. This is from Hamish K. Good day from Australia again. Hope you are well and taking care of yourselves. And congratulations to Dustin on growing your family. Hopefully he or she will be another game lover. It's a he.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the release of the Fallout show being out, I would like to hear some of your picks for games you want to see as live action shows. It doesn't have to be big names like wanting a proper Halo experience, unlike the show we sadly got. It would also be funny to pick some lesser known and odd games like Bomberman or Goemon Mystical Ninja. I would also be interested in hearing your thoughts on already released movies and shows, as well as future projects and rumors along the lines of Zelda, Plague Tale, Gears of War, Minecraft. Hope all is well. Have a good day. I'll just say right off the bat, I am fucking nervous for Zelda. I am so nervous about that movie, dude. Jesus. Don't, like... Zelda would be so much better, in my opinion, as an animated thing.
Oh, yeah.
But I just don't
Wait, is it not
know,
animated?
No, it's live action.
Oh my
Sony.
God.
With Sony Pictures.
Oh, man.
It has, like, the producer of guy who worked on such hit movies as Morbius and Venom.
No. Really?
Yes. I think the director's actually pretty good, someone said, but
that's
Did he do Maze Runner or something?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did he do something else recently? But anyways, I'm very nervous about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like, just like, don't fuck it up, guys. Wes Ball? Is that who it was?
That sounds familiar.
Sorry, hold on. I'll leave you guys a question while I research this.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do you guys want to see in a live action show?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, honestly, like, based on the fact that we never actually, like, it's crazy to me that we haven't gotten a Halo show yet, but I think that would be really cool if they actually did that. Like, that would be super cool if they got the right
I think so
people behind
too.
that. But sadly, no such thing exists. So we're only left to wonder as to what that could be. But I think I don't know. I'm thinking of a lot of the things that I would like to see would probably be animated. I think like if they ever did like even if they did like something like CG, like I think a Gears of War show would be really cool actually.
A live action show?
No, I want to be
animated.
Very specific. I want to be very specific. Yeah, I think if they committed to the almost the aesthetic of the games and just kind of like built not like DreamWorks literally in that style, but I mean like CG in a way that you would see in like a really really well rendered cutscene in Gears of War, like almost like Advent Children, I guess, like was back in the day. I think that could be cool. I don't know what the market is for CG shows though, or how expensive that is, like whatever. But I've always been on this. This specifically is something that I want and think would be really successful and think would be really cool. Would be some kind of Destiny anthology show, almost like Love, Death, and Robots. If you guys have ever seen that show, it's like purely anthology. It's just it's like Black Mirror in that way, where it's like every episode is its own kind of self-contained story, or you could go narratively with it, like in an episodic series, whatever. But I think Destiny's lore is so cool and multifaceted and interesting, and there's a lot of concepts about like what life means when everyone's immortal, and like how strange that is, and what people would do for fun. Like there's like it's in canon in Destiny, like Guardians just hurl themselves off the tower and kill themselves for fun because they can do it.
Yeah,
and it's just like that's just like that world is such a fascinating world to imagine. And I think especially if they could do it in a way that like had different animation styles for every episode, like maybe one is more anime, maybe one is more like I feel like there's interesting stuff there in Destiny's core canon and core lore that I think would make a really interesting show, be it episodic or anthological. Is that a word?
Ooh.
I feel like it is.
Make a Bloodborne anime. Do it.
Dude,
that'd be
cool.
sick.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I'm kind of in the same boat with Chris that there's not stuff that I really want to necessarily see become live action, and a lot of my favorite Tomba live action dude running around with pink hair and green shorts and no shirt. Yeah, okay. I think about like most of the games I really like are, I mean, we were just talking about JRPGs. It's like, please no. Please, like the thought of like a Final Fantasy VII live action makes me want to vomit immediately. And the stuff that did come to mind, I was like, man, an anthology or even just a straight show about Control would be awesome. Yeah. But that's already so movie like
work. That's why it would work.
It feels like a cop out answer, you know?
Yeah, like
anything Remedy does could be like a really, really good TV show, I think. Alan Wake would be
they tried with Quantum Break, and Quantum Break, the TV shows were very boring in it.
Yeah. But I think that's more of like, I liked Quantum Break for what it's definitely my least favorite Remedy game, but like I think that has more to do with like structure than anything. I feel like it could have been fine. I just think that universe, specifically Quantum Break story, is just kind of like the least interesting one that they have done. But I think an Alan Wake TV show would hit really hard.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Control would be fucking cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm generally of the mindset where like I don't necessarily want this to happen in the first place. Like I don't necessarily want live action adaptations of games. I don't think they really need to happen. But now that we're at a point in time where we're getting good ones, I don't necessarily see the harm in maybe trying, because I mean, Fallout is undoubtedly entertaining, and like my parents are watching it and they're having a good time, and it's really interesting to talk about Fallout with my parents. That's like something I never thought I would be able to do.
Wild.
And that experience in and of itself, I kind of feel like it's almost worth it for some of these things, but just know your role. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing like a JRPG, like definitely if you're going to do a JRPG adaptation, do not make it live action, for the love of God. If you're doing something that is very, very, that lends itself well to animation, animate it. I think about the only things that I could think of that would work in live action of the stuff that
Mass
I know
Effect?
and play. Mass Effect could potentially, I feel like that has the risk of like looking really like the CG, because the CG is probably like the weakest aspect of the Fallout show. And the strongest aspect of the Fallout show is its practical sets. And I feel like it would be very difficult to do practical practical Mass Effect stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. That would be cool. It would be interesting. What my mind goes to is the Valve kind of universe and like Half-Life.
Oh, Half-Life.
Specifically Half-Life and Portal. I don't know how much you could do with Portal from a TV show standpoint necessarily, but I think Aperture Science and like that whole apparatus and how it interacts with Black Mesa and like the underpinnings of that, I think that could be like a pretty compelling show. I just think you would have to find the right people to care about it, and I don't know. I don't know if Gabe Newell would, or not Gabe Newell. He doesn't, but like, you know what I mean. Like, I don't know who you would even get for those, because who directed Half-Life? I don't think it was Gabe Newell. Who the fuck? I don't know the main people.
I thought Gabe Newell was heavily involved with that.
I know he's important at Valve. I don't know what his role was in Half-Life specifically. You know what I mean? I don't want to make assumptions.
Yeah.
But
I don't see director on here. At least on their Wikipedia page, there's no director listed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, but those are the ones that I would. Yeah, or Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell might be cool, but like you don't have Michael Ironside, so like I actually would not want to see that actually.
Yeah,
so,
Metal Gear.
It's a limited pool.
To do.
Yeah,
cool. All right, final question. This is from Drunky Audie. Sup, Tarnished. If you had to be an NPC in any FromSoft game, which game would you choose? I'd hate to be one of the guards in Elden Ring and be on patrol when out of nowhere some naked guy on a horse summons a dragon head and melts my face off with rot. Take care. Ooh, it'd be pretty bad to be an NPC in any of those games.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hopeless world.
I feel like Blythe is pretty cool. You've got like a cool animal head,
yeah, that's true.
That might be kind of fun.
Well, you're kind of a furry though, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like that comparison. I guess I deserve it though for what I did to you twice. Earlier in this episode, so I'll take that. What about that dude that in Bloodborne he just like runs around in circles? He's got a cage on his head. Mikolash. Right?
Oh yeah, the guy's lost his mind.
Or some say Cosm.
That could be fun to be. Yeah, an insane person. Yeah. That could be good.
Shooting your tentacle arm out.
What about Gehrman? You just hang out in a wheelchair all day.
Dude, but he's talking about fucking the doll, dude.
I know.
Do you know that? That's an actual line in Bloodborne.
I thought you'd be into that.
Oh, Brad, come on, man. Come on, man. Bruh.
Bruh.
Yeah, Gehrman, though, he's kind of, well, I don't want to get into spoilers for Bloodborne, but anyway, that'd be an interesting option. I also like Onion Knight. He's just kind of jolly. Going around the decrepit land of Dark Souls, just hanging out, dude. Being a bro. He's cool.
Was it Sigurd or Siegmeyer?
Sigurd, maybe. I can't remember.
It's because there's one of them in 1 and 1 and 3, and I always get their names mixed up now. Maybe it's Siegmeyer for the first one. I don't know who the fuck to be in that shit. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know what? Honestly, I want to be the Turtle Pope.
Oh, that's such a good answer. Damn it.
I think that's the character. Like, that's the only gleam of anything positive from an NPC in those games that I could even imagine. Just being a Turtle Pope, just chilling in an abandoned church, just relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I'll just be some I'll be one of the crows from Bloodborne or some shit.
Just a crow,
only with the dog head instead. When they switch, they have the crows with the dog head at the end.
Yeah. Or you could be the spiders with the human heads on them, dude. Jesus,
dude. Can I say something too about like Elden Ring specifically? Like, when I first saw those dogs in Caelid, I actually had a genuinely visceral, viscerally uncanny amount of disgust in my heart when I saw those things. What a gross fucking design that for some reason evokes the never-ending story.
Yeah.
And I disturbing. Some great shit though in those games.
I'm gonna be a jar boy. That's what I'm gonna be.
Oh yeah, dude, Alexander.
I'm a jar boy living in Jarburg. That's gonna be my life.
The little the little pot fellows. Yeah.
Yeah, little pot boys. That's gonna be me.
Yeah.
Perfect. Right. Yeah, very good. All right, dudes. That's it, man. We're fucking done. Before we head out, is there anything you boys want to say? Any final last words?
Well, Brad, are you looking forward to playing more Fallout 76 tonight? We're gonna do it round 2.
No.
No.
I will try it, but no, I'm not looking forward to it. I gotta fuck with my PC settings again, dude. It ran like shit for some reason on my thing.
Yeah,
Fallout game running like shit on PC? No way.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
We should figure out. I feel like we were playing content warning for a while, but we kind of did everything that the game has, so we got to figure out a new game. Fallout 76 is not the new game. I might play it one or two more times, but it's not the new
game. No.
I gotta play Destiny. We can play that,
dude.
No Destiny. Man. Okay,
I don't want to play Destiny.
Damn.
Don't make me do it.
I'll play it by myself. That's fine.
No, I mean, you got Jimmy to play with you and stuff.
That's true. Jimmy's always down. Jimmy doesn't give me shit for wanting to play games like Fallout 76 and Destiny. He's much, arguably, could be, say, a better friend. But
yeah, Jimmy also doesn't give me shit about playing Final Fantasy 14. Maybe he's a much better friend.
Oh, whoa, oh, hey, oh.
Whoa.
Oh, shots fired.
Shots are being fired. Yeah, I'm going to choose to go ahead and... Yeah, I'm going to continue my Fallout New Vegas stream.
Yeah, that's the real Fallout to play.
Nice.
Yeah, especially because, again, like I said earlier, I never actually finished. I started it so many times, dude. I must have seen that intro like fucking 8 times, and for some reason just like always fell off in the first like 3 hours because something would come up and interrupt me. But now I'm singularly focused, and so yeah, I'm gonna
keep
dig
going
into that.
Keep going. All right, boys, let's get the hell out of here. We'll see y'all next time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.